Testing, testing. Testing 1, 2. Hello, Kenya. Oh, yeah.
just trying to, and Hey, whoop, feedback. That better? Nope. Yeah. It was getting close.
Don't worry, we got. All right. Through the agenda for today. We'll start the day with entomology. We'll plan on having a break at around 10 and then break out for lunch from 11:30 to 1 p.m. After which we will be discussing the plant pathology project. So make sure to be back promptly at 1 p.m. We expect that session to complete at around 4:30, and then we left the last 30 minutes of the day open up for discussions if needed and if you wish. Next slide, please. Again, join me in thanking our wonderful sponsors. It is thanks to their contribution that we're able to host this wonderful event. Next slide, please. Okay, we have a few simple ground rules. Again, I'm sorry for the repetition. You'll hear these rules a couple more times today and tomorrow. Those rules are important for us to run a easy and effortlessly, an easy workshop so that everybody can get the best out of it. We ask you guys to be mindful of time, so keep an eye on the clock so that we can cover all the topics on the agenda. We ask that we ensure that everyone has an opportunity to contribute. We understand that each of us come from different backgrounds and bring in different perspectives. So we encourage everyone to embrace new ideas with an open mind. And lastly, if you'd like to join via Zoom as well, even though you are located here in the room with us, that's okay. Just please make sure to stay muted through the event so that the sound stay clear for everyone. Next slide, please. We have a few rules for folks joining virtually as well. Please make sure to list your name correctly on the screen so that we know who is joining. If you don't know how to do that, we have some useful resources and guidance provided directly on our website under the Food Use Workshop webpage. We also ask you to stay muted, but if you have a comment or a question you want to make, feel free to do so. Please type Q in the chat, and then at the appropriate time, our chat moderator, Christina, will call out your name so that you can ask your question or make your comment. Again, friendly reminder, this is a very fluid workshop. The agenda may be subject to adjustments. Don't worry, we will be sending out notifications via email, so make sure to check your emails regularly. Next slide, please. Okay, wonderful. So we're ready to start with the entomology session. We will begin with the resident product performance platform. And I want to introduce you to a couple of folks who will be joining us for this session. Philip Moore, who is our new entomology lead, and Thomas Pike, who is the Senior Study Director and Submission Coordinator. Next slide, please. Okay, before we proceed, we might want to cover a couple of critical concepts that will help and facilitate today's discussions. The first concept I want to bring to your attention is what we define project status. A project status is attributed to each project we'll discuss today and indicates what kind of data the product manufacturers require IR4 to generate in order to pursue the registration of the desired use. A project that is coded researchable may mean that the IR4 has to develop efficacy and crop safety data only, or residue data only, or product performance and residue data must be generated simultaneously. Instead, a project that is coded as potential is a research proposals for which validating efficacy and crop safety data must be generated before the manufacturer grants IR4 permission to continue with the residue studies. And finally, a project that is coded under evaluation is a research proposal that is eligible for nomination, but the manufacturer must inform us as to whether the project can move forward or not. That means that information needs to be received by the very last day of the Food Use Workshop, basically by tomorrow. If that doesn't happen, the project will no longer be eligible for nomination, but will continue to circulate during next year Food Use Workshop. Next slide, please. Depending on the project status, we use two different rating scales. If the project has a residue component, the rating scale we'll use goes from A to F, where A is the most important, most critical project, and F instead is a project that has not been nominated by any of the 4 regions for at least 3 consecutive years, and those projects are no longer eligible for nomination. Today, all the projects that have a residue priority are coded as an A, and you will be asked whether the project should stay an A or can be downgraded to a B. Projects that have a product performance component instead are rated from an H+ to an L scale, where an H+ project is the highest priority, and an L project instead has received the lowest priorities. To make things a little bit more confusing, all the nominated priorities that we'll discuss today start with an H, and you will be asked whether the nominated project should stay an H or should be downgraded to an M. Next slide, please. Friendly reminder, our workshop goals is to nominate up to 35 A priorities across the 3 disciplines, entomology, plant pathology, and weed science, and up to 6 H+ priority as well. We confide you, we trust you, we know that it's a challenging project. It's a challenging process, but we know that you'll make sure to interact with the right people, have an open dialogue, so that tomorrow we'll be able to shortlist these projects right down to the numbers that you see on this slide. Moving on. Let's briefly go over the EPA stoplight analysis. Some of you have heard about it yesterday already. Some of you join us today for the entomology and the plant pathology session specifically, so we'll go over this concept one more time. The EPA stoplight analysis is a review process that is conducted by the Environmental Protection Agency each year. After the deadline of July 1st, which is when all the new PCRs were due, we provide a comprehensive list to the agency so that they can review all of those projects that have a residue component and inform us about the level of complexity that pertain to the project in regards to pursuing the registration of the use. So for example, a project that receives a red light will most likely never see the light at the end of the day for a few years or so. Therefore, IR4 is not going to invest the resources because eventually the registration may never be achieved. Therefore, those projects that are coded with a red light are no longer eligible for nomination. A project that receives an orange light instead presents some significant hurdles. Those could be overcome. However, registration is not guaranteed. A project that is coded as yellow presents some hurdles. However, registration of the use should be attainable. A project that receives a green light should be good to go. And a project that instead is coded with a blue light involves brand new active ingredients that may have not been known by the agency yet, or perhaps it's a new use that has to go through the Endangered Species Act assessment. So the project will have to go through that review, that vetting again in the future. Next slide, please. Today, we'll work from a simplified spreadsheet that includes all the nominated projects that came out the online nomination period, which opened up in the month of August and closed right before the food use workshop. If you want to have access to the particular details of each project, we have provided some materials which are available on our website directly on the Food Use Workshop webpage, and our chat moderator can add that link in the chat for your convenience. The details of the project that you can find on these materials would be, for example, what is the targeted pest, what is the use pattern, why the proposed use is a critical need in the first place, and also what are the regions that supported that project in the first place, as you can see in this slide in the red quadrant, for example. Now, for your convenience, we generated two different formats, a PDF and an Excel sheet. Then for the same information that you can see on the PDF is also in the Excel sheet, just a different format. And again, for your convenience, we created separated documents for each discipline, or one single document that incorporates all the projects across the discipline. So it's up to you to use whatever is most convenient to engage in today's discussions. Next slide, please. Okay, this is my last slide before we start discussing the nominations. Again, this is a challenging process. We understand that. Therefore, we'd like to go over a couple of criteria that might simplify the process and the discussions today. So what should you keep in mind when making your selections? Think about how big of a problem the pest is and the level of the damage level that is caused by the pest for the growers. Think about whether the growers already have some tools in their toolbox or whether the use is actually bringing something new to the table. Think about the EPA stoplight analysis. How complex will it be to reach the registration of the use? And think about the volume of data that IR4 must generate before we get to the point of registering the desired use. You might also want to consider how does the new use integrate with the IPM practices that are adopted by our growers, and what role does the use plays towards managing pest resistance challenges. And finally, you might want to keep in mind the impact that the proposed use will have from an international perspective. With that being said, I believe we can move on to the spreadsheet. Is the format big enough for you? Yes? Okay, fantastic. Let me guide you through the table very quick. In column A, you can see the project number. Column B is empty at the moment, but will be populated based on to whether you want to keep the project a high priority or you want to downgrade that priority to a lowest level. Column C includes the crop group. And if you're not familiar with this concept or you don't know what are the commodities that belong to this crop group, we have placed the crop group table directly on our website within the Food Use Workshop tab. And Christina, if you would please, if you could add the link to that tab in the chat for people's convenience, that would be great, the crop group table. And that would be helpful for you to know what these crop groups are, what are the representative crops, and what do those crops cover in terms of commodities. Column D shows the commodity for which the project was submitted in the first place and the chemical. Now you can see how the chemical is highlighted in different colors. Those colors reflect the EPA stoplight analysis. If you can't see the color very well, just check column F. The Y indicates a yellow, the G indicates a green, B indicates blue, and so on. Column G shows the project status. Again, those are the manufacturer requirements to put in terms of data that IR4 must generate in order to pursue the desired use. In column H, we have recorded any unique update that we received over the past couple of days, or we will note down any status changes or anything peculiar that will come up during today's discussion. Finally, if you look at column I and J, there you can see the page numbers of the where you can find the relevant project if you use the PDFs. Now, column I refer to the PDF that is specifically for the entomology projects. Column J is the PDF that includes all the projects across the 3 disciplines. So it's up to you to follow whichever is most convenient for you. A couple more things, I promise. We're getting close to get started. Line 1, we are starting with 89 entomology projects that were nominated during the online nomination period. We need to drop down to a max of 35 A's and 6 H pluses. And if you look at the green cells, that's where we keep track of the total A's that will be nominated today and the total H's that will be nominated today. Now, I'm done talking. Before I turn it over to Thomas and Philip, do you have any questions or comments or concerns? I like silence, so I'll turn it over to Tom.
Thank you. There is one quick item that I want to bring up before we start on entomology, and that is related to one project from yesterday's weed science session. PR 14036, icafolin methyl on safflower, was originally coded as researchable, residue and ECS data needed. There was a last minute change. This has been recoded to potential ECS data before residue. It had an A priority yesterday. We just translated that A to an H. So just keep that in mind. And with that, we can start on the entomology projects. Starting with crop group 1, root and tuber vegetables. Anything missing from here that needs to be added on the floor? All right, first item, cyromazine on carrot. This is currently under evaluation. Do we have any comments from Gowan about the status of this? Whenever you're speaking in the audience, please use the microphone.
Yeah, we support that use.
All right, so is it going to be potential, meaning ECS data before residue, or is it going to be researchable, meaning we can move ahead with residue work?
It'll be researchable.
All right, do you need residue and ECS data, or is residue alone satisfactory?
We should need ECS data too.
Okay, so researchable, residue, and ECS data needed. Thank you. Priority from the crowd, staying at an A or going down to a B?
So for the time being, what we're actually after is the root crop group. And so we're going to keep this as an A because we're also trying to determine what's the fate of ISO and some other projects. So
Okay.
thank you.
A for now. Thank you. Next item, isocycloserum on carrot. This one is potential ECS before residue. Staying in H or going down to an M?
So we actually, the Western region has a question on this. We see in the database that there is Canada data on efficacy and crop safety for, we just were informed it's for rutabaga. It was a part of a different trial, but there is efficacy and crop safety data available. And the manufacturer, is it Syngenta?
Yep.
Syngenta, would you be interested in reviewing that data to see if this status might change?
I can't say we just share that with Syngenta, and they're aware it's a Canadian priority it's been 2 years of work in rutabaga for cabbage maggot. But there's a request here that we're looking at for carrot. So anyways, I think you'd still want to see other crops be tested. To get the whole crop group, we only have rutabaga data. You still want it for turnip, you still want it for radish. So you need to still get either carrot or radish through the workshop to get more data, I think, for Syngenta to put it on the label. Yeah, they may be able to change the status if they want to researchable. It's just potential at the moment. But again, it's different crops.
So we would keep it an A for now to reserve the opportunity to have a conversation.
All right, so it'll be an H.
Yeah, H.
Next, we have cyromazine on radish, also under evaluation. I'm going to assume this is going the same way as carrot, referring to Gowan.
Yeah, the radish and turnip will both be the same as carrot.
Thank you. Residue, yep, residue and ECS data needed. Staying in A or down to an M, or A or down to a B?
A for now.
A. All right, isocycloserum radish, same situation, currently potential.
H.
Cyromazine turnip status also changing to researchable. Staying in A or down to a B? Note that this one is not required for the group. The subgroup is carrot and radish. So if you get carrot and radish, you do not need turnip.
Apologies. So to get,
there might be efficacy, but if the registrant is satisfied with efficacy on a carrot and radish, I would hope that'd be satisfactory for the group. That'd be a question for the registrant.
Yeah, if those other two cover it, then we would need residue on turnip.
so what would be the official needs of that crop group?
So subgroup 1B is just carrot and radish as the rep crops. So you get both of those, you cover it.
And what would efficacy and crop safety data be needed for?
It sounds like they'd be happy with just the carrot and radish. If we've got those covered, then that'll cover the group. So we don't need anything additional for turnip. Did I interpret that correctly?
Yeah, yeah, that sounds right to me.
Great, thank you.
So just to summarize, in order to get cybramazine registered on the 1B crop group,
Yes,
we would need residue for both carrot and radish, and we would need efficacy and crop safety for both carrot and radish.
correct.
And then turnip would just be included in that crop group down the road.
Correct. Once prioritized, the turnip would then change to covered by another project and would refer to those because there isn't anything additional needed for turnip.
I think in that case, we could actually downgrade turnip
Great.
to a B.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Is that,
So-
wait.
Oh, What?
I agree. We had a question about, since there's efficacy data also needed, and this pest isn't as much a problem in those rep crops. It's more of an issue in turnip. And so will we be able to conduct efficacy data on a crop other than carrot and radish? I think it might be difficult to get the pest in there, is my understanding.
Yeah, when I talked to Christy about it, I advised that radish was the best crop for efficacy because you can get so many more crop cycles in, and that you'd also want to have it be demonstrated in turnip or something longer season, because then you have a much longer production cycle to be wanting to see if there's damage later on, differences there. But, within performance, you could probably get both crops covered in one study. Anyways, I think radish is the way to go for whatever priorities you want, because that it's a rep crop, covers everything else pretty nicely.
Thank you. That sounds good.
great. And then cybramazine turnip downgraded to a B. And then I guess similar situation for Isocyclocerum on turnip. This one's coded as potential. Again, similar question to Syngenta if they'd be satisfied with carrot and radish data covering turnip if that was the direction that we went.
I think based on the previous summarization, we could downgrade this to an M.
You got it. Down to an M.
I think North Central, were you on that, or was that just me? Do you agree, North Central?
Yeah, thank you.
All right, on to Isocyclocerum on potato. This one, can we confirm on our end that I had an email from was this manufacturer not support, or was this did they change their support?
The test isn't on the label, they don't think it's what's my software?
Okay. Luis, do you have any comment from Syngenta about the status of Isocyclocerum on potato?
This one's for aphid, and I believe Luis, maybe Isocyclocerum didn't have activity on aphid, is that right?
The potatoes is in wave 1. And right now, I don't think that is good for aphid. I think you guys want, you guys want aphid. So for now, we would like to keep it not supported.
All right, so want us to change the status to manufacturer will not support. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. All right, change to manufacturer will not support. Can move on. Spinoxamet can be skipped because that is a manufacturer objective. And then next up is thiopyrachlor on potato. This one is currently under evaluation. Do we have comment from Corteva about the status of this one?
Yes, so manufacturer does not support this request. The current formulation is not good on this particular use.
All right, status change in the manufacturer will not support. Next up is we are done with root and tuber vegetables. We are now moving on to crop group 3, bulb vegetables. Anything to add on the floor to this group that was missed? All right. So we got fenpyroxamate on onion, researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Staying an A or going down to a B?
A.
Right. Spidoxamat on dry bulb onion. This has been updated to a manufacturer objective, so we can skip past this one. Tiapirichlor on dry bulb onion, currently under evaluation. Comment from Corteva on the status.
Yes, this is also manufacturing does not support. Believe this is for thrips and this active doesn't have activity.
Understood. Manufacturer will not support. That brings us to the end of bulb vegetables. Moving on to leafy veg, crop group 4. Anything to add that was missed?
I have a question about 13971. It's a potential and I don't see it on there.
13971.
Believe so.
Looks like that this one was not nominated. What? Oh, it's a fungicide. We're not in this session.
I apologize. That'll do it.
Yeah.
And it's also an EPA.
Yeah.
goal.
Okay. Nice simple answer. Where are we? Okay.
Sorry about that, folks.
All right. So where were we? Pyroproxyfen on greenhouse lettuce. Researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Staying an A or going down to a B?
Keep it as an A for now, please.
All right, A for now. Spidoxamat on greenhouse lettuce. Same situation, researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Stay an A or down to a B?
North Central is okay with moving that to a B.
All right. Down to a B for Spidoxamat greenhouse lettuce. Next up, we are done with group 4. There's nothing for group 5 here, anything that was missed there. So brassica head and stem. Then we will move on to group 6, beans and peas. Starting with isocycloserum on snap bean, edible potted, researchable. There's ECS ongoing currently. Residue data needed. Is this one staying an A or going down to a B?
Northeast would like an A, and we would also like to mention that a efficacy report came in this morning and has been forwarded to Philip just within the last half hour.
Great.
Yeah, it's already researchable, so that's great.
Yeah, just good to have it on hand though. All right, so that's an A. Moving on. Next up is isocycloserum on edible potted and succulent shelled pea. This one is potential ECS before residue. Staying an H or going down to an M?
So I found out from a few folks that there was a potential for a crop group of 12800 and 12801. Is that still the case?
The beans and peas are a lot more evenly, they're a lot more delineated nowadays. Yeah, you don't need them together to get the group anymore. The way beans and peas are structured now is that you've got edible potted and succulent shelled, and then separate subgroups for beans and peas. So you don't need like the beans and the peas to get the subgroup. One alone will get you its respective subgroup, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you still need the P to get the P uses.
So we would need the P, correct, to cover peas?
Yeah. What has changed is that once upon a time you needed succulent shelled bean and pea to get the subgroup, and that is no longer the case. They are now separate subgroups.
Then we would like an H.
Okay, let's stay in H. Next up is lead prona on tomato. Field and greenhouse need ECS data only. Is this staying an H or going down to an M?
Oh, we had one to add for this
Oh,
group.
right, we're in a new group, sorry. Yeah, we're now in fruiting veg. I believe there was something to add here.
Yeah, 10580, pyroxafen on greenhouse tomato.
Sorry. All right, we got that one slotted in there. We'll get to it momentarily. And you can change it to green, David. Apparently this one went through the stoplight analysis. Yeah. Cool. All right, anything else to add for group 8? If not, we'll jump back to the top. That's the lead prona, field and greenhouse needs ECS data only. Staying an H or going down to an M?
We can move it to an M.
Down to an M, thank you. Next is tiapirichlor on tomato for greenhouse transplants. This one was updated to potential ECS before residue. Staying in H or going down to an M?
H, please.
H. Next, cyromazine on greenhouse tomato, researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Staying in A or going down to a B?
We can take a B.
B, okay. Down to a B. Diflubenzuron on greenhouse tomato, researchable, only residue data needed. Staying in A or down to a B?
A, please.
A for diflubenzuron. Next up, tiapirichlor on just regular greenhouse tomato, not greenhouse transplant. This one was updated to potential ECS before residue. Staying in H or down to an M?
H, please.
H for this. Next up, another lead prona, this time on eggplant, need ECS data only. Staying in H or going down to an M? Oh, I'm sorry, we passed by, it's my fault. Let's jump back up. Pyroproxafen on greenhouse tomato, researchable. This one's residue only. Staying in A or going down to a B?
B.
Yeah, a B is okay.
Okay, B for that. Now the lead prona eggplant, need ECS data only. Staying in H or going down to an M?
We're okay with an M.
Okay, M for lead prona eggplant. Another tiapirichlor. This one is greenhouse eggplant. This one was updated to potential ECS before residue.
Northeast is okay with an M, but if anyone else wants to change that.
Mike, are you okay moving the tiapirichlor eggplant to an M?
Are we at 51 or? 35?
Yes, sir,
Oh, yeah,
951.
that's, yeah, an H plus. I thought we were doing the other one.
Okay, so H.
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks, Kristen.
Just note that if you wind up with pepper and tomato, you may not need the eggplant. So, all right. Next one is this is a chlorphenapir on greenhouse pepper. This one is labeled, needs ECS data to add the crop pest to the label. So comments on this one because this one, the AI was flagged as red. However, this is for a this is adding a pest for a greenhouse use. I'm wondering whether or not this wouldn't be an issue because the issue we ran into in the past with chlorphenapyr was when it came to like outdoor uses.
Greenhouse is not pushing for an A, but it's up to the field.
Yeah, this is where we wanted to make sure that we didn't want to blanket.
Yeah.
Because this one probably could go through.
Yeah.
The company's supportive and the
Yeah.
data is good.
Yeah, I just wanted to flag that it's probably not an issue for this use though, but is there interest from the crowd for this one? Keep it an H or down to an M. This is
We can take an M for that.
Greenhouse 2, take an M.
okay, down to an M. Next up is etoxazole on greenhouse pepper. Researchable, only residue data needed. Staying an A or down to a B?
B.
Down to a B for toxazole on pepper. Tiapirichlor on, oh, sorry, what's wrong?
There's a question in the chat.
Okay.
Greg?
Hi, this is Greg Clark from Valent. Yeah, it was going to be about etoxazole. Just wanted to change the status to needing efficacy crop safety also, but now it's a moot point. So,
Well,
sorry.
it's still good to reflect for the future so we can make the status update, but thank you for the update.
Thank you.
Okay, back to the tiapirichlor on pepper greenhouse transplants. This one was updated at potential, ECS before residue, staying an H or going down to an M?
H.
H for this. Tiapirichlor on just regular old greenhouse pepper. Also potential ECS before residue, staying an H or down to an M?
Nothing regular about it, but an H, please.
You said H? You got it. And that completes the fruiting vegetable group. Moving on to cucurbits. Anything last minute to add that was missed? All right. Starting with isocycloserum on cucumber. This one's coded as potential, ECS before residue. Staying an H or down to an M?
We'd like to keep this in H.
Keep it an H.
Northeast agrees.
Okay, yep, that'll stay an H. Pyriproxyfen on cucumber. This one is researchable, only residue data needed. Or sorry, greenhouse cucumber. Researchable, only residue data needed. Oh, sorry, this one was changed to potential, ECS before residue. Staying an H or down to an M?
M is fine.
What'd you say?
M.
M, got it. Thank you. Next up, where are we? We are on tiapirichlor on greenhouse cucumber. Do we have a status update from Corteva?
That's potential.
Potential, ECS before residue. Staying an H or going down to an M?
No surprise. H, please.
H it is. And that finishes off cucurbits. So we got nothing for 10, 11, or 12. So no stone fruit, no pome fruit, no citrus fruit. Moving on to group 13. Anything that was missed here that needs to be added? All right. Starting with Fitipirapin on high bush blueberry. Researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Staying an A or down to a B?
A, please.
A. Next up, we got Flonicamid on high bush blueberry. Just needs ECS data. Staying an H or down to an M?
H, please.
H for Flonicamid on blueberry. Abamectin on strawberry. This one just needs ECS data. Staying an H or down to an M?
H, please.
H for strawberry. Next, we have asaquinacil on strawberry for greenhouse transplant. This one is currently under evaluation. Do we have a status update from UPL on this?
Yeah, residue and ECS. We're good.
Residue and researchable residue and ECS?
Yeah.
Great. Yeah, I'm because yeah. All right. So staying in A or going down to a B?
Since it's researchable, we'd like an A.
Right, A for the greenhouse transplants. Next is bifenazate on strawberry for greenhouse transplant. It's currently under evaluation. This one's orange. We're also looking for a status update from UPL.
Yeah, we'll support residue only.
Could you repeat that? Residue and ECS or?
No, just residue.
Just residue only. All right. Staying in A or going down to a B for bifenazate on greenhouse transplant strawberry?
We'll move that to a B.
To a B. Asaquinacil on greenhouse strawberry. This one's researchable. Residue and ECS data needed. Staying in A or going down to a B?
B, please.
B for the greenhouse strawberry. Next up is bifenazate for greenhouse strawberry. This one is coded as researchable, only residue data needed. Once again, this one is an orange. Staying in A or down to a B?
B.
B for bifenazate. Thank you. After that, we have floniculate on greenhouse strawberry. Researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Staying in A or going down to a B? I'm hearing B. All right.
I'm sorry, B.
All right. Next up, we have spidoxamat on greenhouse strawberry, coded as researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Staying in A or down to a B?
A, please.
A for spidoxamat. Tolfenparad on greenhouse strawberry. Well, sort of greenhouse strawberry. This is a bit of an odd one. This is a researchable, residue and ECS data needed.
B.
A from the Northeast.
Okay. We'll support that.
Right. And Tiopirachlor on cranberry. This one was updated to potential ECS before residue. Staying in H or down to an M?
I think we would take an M on this, unless Cesar has a different opinion.
I'm good with that.
Taking M. All right. That finishes off group 13. Nothing in 14, no tree nuts. Moving on to 15. Anything missed that needs to be added last minute?
Can I ask a question back? It's going back. I got a note from the online here. Number 13129, spidoxamat was supposed to be an A on lettuce. Is it? I'm sorry. Oh, I got the B there. Yes.
You want an A on spidoxamat on lettuce?
Yes. I'm sorry, that's, my voice is kind of gravelly today. It must have been my mistake.
Okay. Back to group 15. Starting off on flupyridifurone for corn grown for seed. This one is researchable, residue and ECS data needed.
So sorry, Western Region's going to take us back to 13979. If you don't mind, we'd like to keep that in H, just to confirm. We weren't sure who spoke up on the Zoom call, and we were just trying to figure out who that was. So we just want to confirm that that's an okay move.
Okay.
From our representative. Thank you.
That is the tiopyrachlor cranberry. Okay. Any other updates or are we good?
And no more updates.
Cool.
Do you want me to drop some?
All right. Moving to the flupyridiphyrone on corn grown for seed. Some is researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Staying an A or down to a B?
That can go to a B.
B for the flupyridiphyrone. Next one, this is flupyridiphyrone on corn grown for seed in greenhouses. This one is researchable, residue and ECS data needed.
That can go to a B.
Also a B, thank you. Out of curiosity, are they growing it to like maturity in the greenhouse or for breeding? Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, so it was a Julie request. All right. Bifenthrin on grain sorghum. This one is researchable, residue and ECS data needed.
A, please.
All right, give it an A. Note that we spoke about this, but grain sorghum is not a minor or specialty crop. It would require a weight of the evidence argument. All right, I think that brings us to the end of 15. Moving on to 17 now. Grasses. Anything last minute to add? Okay, we've got sulfoxaflor on grasses grown for seed. This one is researchable, only residue data needed. Note that this is an orange and requires a weight of the evidence argument.
We would like to move that to a B.
Down to a B, thank you. All right, I guess this is now moving into 18. Anything last minute to add for, it's probably just clover here. All right, we've got isocycloserum on clover grown for seed. This one is potential, ECS before residue. Keep it an H or go down to an M.
Well, we actually have a question about this. It looks
Sure.
like there's data available that has been submitted this year, I think. Has that had an opportunity to be reviewed for efficacy and crop safety?
I would say yes, it's been provided to Syngenta, and typically they do like to see additional confirmatory ECS trials that aren't directly by the researcher, but are directly by IR4. Louise can comment, but that's my understanding.
Would
The
it-
same for other studies.
Would it, given the current efficacy and crop safety data that exists and that has been reviewed, would it be possible to change this to researchable, residue and efficacy crop safety data needed?
What say you, Luis? Can you?
Microphone?
As you understand, the data is not conclusive. We saw the first report in, I think it's Ohio or somewhere, but if you have data that says it works, then we would support it.
So no change in status now. It sounds like it'll stay as potential.
The question is the data that you have that we haven't seen is conclusive that it works? If it works and it's conclusive, yes, we will call it researchable. But we haven't seen that data.
Just to summarize, have you seen the data that we're talking about and you felt it was not conclusive? Or have you not seen that data?
We provided it in October last year.
Yeah,
That's all I can say, but
yeah, Luis?
Yeah, we have one report, but it was not conclusive. If you have a second one, I haven't seen it. And if I haven't seen it, we haven't circulated through Syngenta. But if you think that that is conclusive, then we can support researchable.
yeah, what I'm seeing is I guess this was funded and we did do IR4 trials, but we have a trial.
Wait, we have IR4 trials for this one? This one.
That's what, I mean, it's under our heading, but somebody may have just formatted it to look like, or it's not, it's a DMP.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It's a DMP, but
Okay.
it's,
We'll keep it as an H for now and we'll chat with you in a little bit. Okay, Luis?
That's
Thanks so much.
All right, that's it for group 18. Jumping to group 20 now, oil seeds. Anything last minute to add here? All right. If not, we have cyfluthrin on safflower. This one is researchable or residue data only. Stay in A or get down to a B.
We can make that a B.
Safflower down to a B. Next up, thiopyrachlor on safflower. This one has been updated to potential ECS before residue. Staying in H or down to an M.
H, please.
H for thiopyrachlor on safflower. Next up, we got a slew of agave requests. First up, acetamiprid on agave. What? Oh yeah, sorry. We're now on crop group 22. I'm assuming that there were no mushroom requests before we get to stalk and stem. Anything for group 22 to add? All right, acetamiprid on agave, potential ECS before residue. H or down to an M.
We are going to maintain these agave requests for the moment because we have an integrated solution study potentially involving this. And we just want to see how that pans out later. So we'll just make these H's for now with the anticipation of downgrading them later. Thank you.
All three of them? All right.
Yeah.
Jump ahead a bit. We're done with group 22. On to group 23, tropical edible peel. Anything to add for group 23? Then starting with spinetoram on olive, researchable, only residue data needed. Staying in A or down to a B?
A, please.
A for olive. Next up, bifenthrin on fig, researchable, residue, and ECS data needed. Staying in A or down to a B?
A, please.
A for the fig. Next one is lambda-cy on fig, lambda-cy halothrin on fig, researchable, residue, and ECS data needed. Note that this one is orange.
We'll make that a B.
Went down to a B. Thank you. All right. Moving on to group 24, which is tropical inedible peel. Anything to add here? All right, first one we've got is bifenthrin and zeta-cypermethrin on lychee, researchable, residue, and ECS data needed. I'll note that we do have an active residue study on zeta-cypermethrin solo on lychee. Just wanted to comment. Staying in A or down to a B?
I believe this was a minor use foundation request. Dirk, would you like to maintain this? So there is already residue on zeta. We are doing residue on zeta-cypermethrin?
Yep, that is in progress right now. That is.
How many residue trials do you have?
It's 4 or 5. It's
For US,
Is that for export?
I can tell you 1 second. It was 4 residue trials for the zeta-cyp on lychee.
we don't want to, I don't want to maintain it, no.
We can take it down to a B? B?
You can take it down.
Yeah, we'll take it to a B.
Great,
Thanks.
down to a B. Thank you. Next is a phytopyropin on avocado, researchable, residue, and ECS data needed. This is the start of a long list of avocado requests for controlling avocado lace bug.
Western region would like to keep this as an A.
Phytopyropin is an A. Chlorantraniliprole avocado needs ECS data only. This one is also for avocado lace bug. Stay in H or down to an M?
We'll take this to an M.
Chlorantraniliprole down to an M. Finazaquin on avocado. This one is currently under evaluation. Do we have a status update from Gowan?
Avocado is on, it should be labeled.
Yeah, there is an existing tolerance. I'm not sure if the use pattern matches what's here. Anyone comment?
Yeah.
Is it labeled for lace bug? I know that there's a lot of requests just for the pest as well.
Okay. So then we just need efficacy data if they want to add Blazebug.
Just efficacy data?
Yep.
All right. So needs ECS data. No, it wouldn't be labeled ECS data only, just be ECS data only because it's, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We can take to an M.
Down to an M. Flonicoimid avocado, ECS only for lacebug.
We can take to an M.
M for this one. Flupyridiferone avocado. This one, status is updated to ECS data only. Same pest.
M.
M again. Thank you. Isocycloserum avocado, potential ECS before residue. Same thing.
M.
M again. Thank you. Spinosad avocado, potential. H or an M.
What are you feeling, Southern Region?
Bleophilopyropin's our preference out of the two.
All right, I can take this to an M.
Okay, Spinosad down to an M. Thank you. We got Spirotetramat on avocado. This one has been updated to need ECS data only. This one is orange.
Sorry, did we have a status now? Needs, we'll do an M.
Oh yeah, it's need ECS data only.
Apologies. M.
M for this. Thank you. Okay, we are through the avocados. On to banana. Isocycloserum on banana. This one is potential ECS before residue. Staying in H or down to an M.
H, please.
H for banana. Next, we've got etoxazole on a pomegranate. This one's researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Staying in A or down to a B.
A, please.
A for etoxazole on pomegranate. Next up, we've got bifenthrin on jackfruit. This one is researchable, residue and ECS data needed.
I think this was minor use as well. Is that correct, Dirk? Or, yeah.
Yeah, but it's for 24C. Oh, no, it's group 24C jackfruit.
Yeah.
If it isn't a priority solely for us, if it's something that we can add on to or help with, we would do it. But if it's not a priority for one of the regions, then there's no need to do anything for us specifically.
Yeah, Western Region could take it to a B.
Down to a B.
I think that just came from.
Do we even have jackfruit in the US or?
It was a minor use.
yeah.
Yeah. That we were, it was a fast decision, last day nominations. Yeah.
Cool, all good. All right, isocycloserum on dragon fruit. This one is potential ECS before residue. Staying in H or down to an M.
Southern region's fine with an M, but we'll defer to the west.
M. It's dragon fruit. ISO. I don't know what else it would have been. So, yeah. It's potential. We take it to an M. M. Yeah, M. Like M.
Got it. Isocycloserum dragon fruit down to an M.
But they're not interested in potential. So there must have been an update on them.
Next up is sulfur on dragon fruit. This one is need ECS data only. Staying in H or down to an M.
M, please.
M for sulfur. Thank you. Next is tolfenpirad on dragon fruit. This one is potential ECS before residue.
Southern region's fine with an M, but we'll defer to the west.
And I don't, dragon fruit, James? Did we want dragon fruit? Anything for dragon? That's okay. Did we want anything for dragon fruit? This might be minor use. It is. Okay, yeah. So maybe this was, oh, I see. It used to,
It was also southern, so
Yeah.
they're fine with an M if.
I mean, I think that this was, it may have been under evaluation or something at the time, but I think this was minor use. And minor use, you're not interested in potentials, right, at this point?
That's correct.
Okay, yeah, so we can go with an
Down
M.
an M. Got it. Tiopirichlor on a basil greenhouse transplant. This one was updated to potential ECS before residue. Staying in H or down to an M?
We'd like to keep that in H.
Keep it an H. Oh, what's wrong? Oh, yep, that's right. We are on a new crop group. Anything else to add for herb group? All right. So basil greenhouse transplant will stay in H. Tiopirichlor mint greenhouse transplant. Also potential ECS before residue.
H.
You got it. And finally, tiopirichlor on oregano for greenhouse transplant. This was also updated to potential. It's part of the same group as the other two. Corteva would, if the other two are prioritized and there's ECS data generated on those, do we need to see specific oregano data, or are those two satisfactory to get the group?
Yeah, we would like to see the efficacy or crop safety on oregano if with no residue for oregano.
Yeah, there'd be no reason to do residue, certainly, but you'd still
Right.
want to see the ECS data. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
We'll move it to an M.
Down on M. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Tom, then are we changing oregano to ECS only or leave it as potential?
Leave it as potential, at least until the other stuff is dealt with, because strictly speaking, there is no residue for it yet.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no status change other than what we already did. Okay. Moving on to stevia. We got a BT product on stevia. It needs ECS only. Staying in H or going down to an M?
We can move that one to an M and keep the following one an A, please.
Okay, so that one is an M, and the bifenthrin stevia will stay an A. It is researchable, residue, and ECS needed. Great. All right, now we're moving into the miscellaneous crops, plus Bs. Anything last minute to add for these? All right, we'll start with the first of several bee requests, formic acid on beehives for control of varroa mite. This one is currently under evaluation. Do we have a registrant for this, or I don't know what the situation is with this one? Oh, well, wait, hold on. We had a question. Yes. Use your microphone, please. Please use the mic. We can't hear you.
If our mission here is to develop data to support registrations, both of these products are already registered. Formic acid as well as Amitraz for bees.
These are the liquid formulations, so those aren't available in the United States. The formic acid, yes, we have a registrant. No, they have not indicated if they would support it, and same for Amitraz.
So, I mean, we have limited funds and so on and so forth, and that they're already approved, why would we be developing data for them? Amitraz, especially for honey, its tolerances are established and it's not to be used during honey flow.
So is formic acid going to remain under evaluation?
Most likely, yes. I don't think those two will come off by the end of the workshop.
Okay, well, the West is willing to downgrade 14027 and whatever the next one is, the Amitraz, those
Yeah.
can both.
14001. Okay, downgrade both of those
Those
two.
can go, yeah, those can go to B.
Downgrade both to Bs. Yes.
Right. One other qualification here on formic acid versus Amitraz versus some of the other products which are approved, depending on the beekeeper situation. If you have a hobbyist, they're going to be using more formic acid. Commercial beehives will be using mostly Amitraz, and there's a lot of Amitraz out there that do have resistance right now.
It looks like these aren't going to move forward anyway, but thank you for the feedback.
Okay.
Jumping past the Amitraz. And the last bee request we have here is Bavaria bassiana, antipathogenic fungi for controlling varroa mite in bees.
Right, and
The West would like to keep that as an
it's
H.
for honey shouldn't even be in there. It's just for bees. Because it's a biological, so there's not an issue with residues.
Right, that's why it only needs the ECS data to demonstrate the efficacy.
We've done a lot of field work. All we need is some efficacy work. We were trying to finish up this year, but we got USDA was going to do our final field trials, and they've been politically downsized in the B lab. So we'll still be doing them some over the winter and next year. So I would give it us an H there, and we probably the biggest need in agriculture today is a bee product that works, especially a biological.
Thanks, Richard. Yep. All right. So this one will stay as an H.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Moving on to cacao. Hey, cyantriniloprol on cacao. This one is potential ECS before residue. How does the West feel about some cacao?
We would like to keep cyantriniloprol as an H.
Yep.
And we can downgrade cypermethrin to an M.
Got it. So that will be an H. The following one, cypermethrin, downgraded to an M. Now we are moving on to the hemp gauntlet. First one is asaquinacil on hemp. This one is researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Staying an A or down to a B?
We can move that to a B.
Asaquinacil down to a B. Next one, bifenazate, hemp. This one is researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Note bifenazate is orange.
Can I ask why that's an orange?
Question to UPL then, or if they're fine with us talking about it.
Maybe whoever asked the question can reach out to me after.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we can move that to a B.
Bifenazate down to a B. Bifenthrin on hemp. This one is researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Stay an A or down to a B?
B.
B for bifenthrin. Any objections? Buprofezin on hemp. Researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Stay an A or down to a B?
Like to keep that an A.
Buprofezin stays an A. Cyantriniloprol hemp. Researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Stay an A or down to a B?
Keep that a B, or drop that to a B.
Drop to a B. Thank you. Etoxazole hemp. Researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Same question. A or B?
Like to keep that an A.
Etoxazole stays an A. And neem oil on hemp. This one's under evaluation. Do we have a status update for this one from, I don't know if we have a registrant contact for this?
No, we haven't heard back from the registrant on this one yet, but we have reached out to the registrant.
Okay, so currently under evaluation, don't have feedback yet. If we don't get anything by the end of the workshop, it'll have to go down to a B. But for now, what would like the status to be?
We can move that to a B.
Neem oil down to a B. Thank you. Pyrethrins on hemp. Researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Stay an A or down to a B?
B, please.
B? Thank you. All right, that finishes up hemp. Now we got a couple of hops. Fitopyropin on hops. Researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Staying an A or down to a B?
Like an A.
A, you got it. And finally, spinetoram on hops. This one is labeled. It needs residue data for export. So stay an A or down to a B?
We can take a B for that.
Take a B?
Yep.
Thank you.
Here we go back on, I've got a couple quick questions.
Yeah, sure. What would you like? What would you like?
If you go back to 12764,
What is the crop of the group? Or
cucumber. Is it there? 12764 was changed to potential. Okay, because I had it as researchable. So that's changed to that would have to take it back to an H.
All right, pyriproxyfen cucumber changed back to an H.
Yes.
Okay.
And the other one I wanted you to check on, if you would. And I'm trying to figure out, well, I need to talk to Valen about it. Why they changed it to researchable when it's already registered in Canada, the last one.
What is the crop? Help us out here.
Well, the same one we're just on, the 12764. It's registered in Canada with a 3-day PHI. Why does it need a potential here?
No, this is Greg. I don't know how that got changed. In my records, I have it as researchable. So I don't know where the change there to potential came in. So,
Oh, okay. So leave it as an A. It needs to be an A then. Thank you, Iris. Did you get that?
All right, so 12764 is changing back to researchable.
Yep. And I do have one other. I want to, it's kind of the same kind of question on when you're ready.
Yeah, let's just work this one out real quick.
Is that researchable residue only?
Should be, because we have advocacy in Canada.
That's the previous status, yes, residue only.
Residue only, correct.
Tom, I really appreciate you chasing us down. Appreciate your help on this one.
Yeah, no problem. And then you said you had a question about another one?
Yeah, I do. 13695 tomato. Just want to make sure that was an A. Slowing down these days, trying to keep up with you.
Diflubenzuron tomato as an A.
Okay, then I'm in good shape. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any other comments about any other projects? Excellent. That brings us to the end of it.
All right, good job, everyone. I am happy to say that we went from 89 to 44, if my math skills don't fail me. We are running ahead of time, 10 minutes ahead of time. So we had a breaks planned for 9:30. I'd suggest to take a break now until 10 o'clock so that you can take some time to discuss these priorities and pave the way for tomorrow's challenging selections. Thank you all. And again, refreshments are out there behind the elevators. I hope you had an opportunity to refresh and enjoy some of the beautiful fruit display we had. I heard that the dragon fruit is going strong, as well as the candies you have on your table. So if you like those candies, don't forget to thank Dawn outside. She's sitting on the registration booth, and she was the one who came up with the idea. So, okay, I guess we can move on with discussing the integrated solutions entomology projects. Before we do that, again, let's go over the rating scale that apply to these projects. The rating scale goes from A to F, where A are the projects that are the most important priority to you. All the projects that we'll discuss today currently are coded with an A priority, and you will be asked to either leave it as an A as in Axtell or downgrade it to a B as in Bledsoe. He didn't hear that. All right, moving on. Friendly reminder, we have a goal to nominate up to 5 national priorities across the 3 disciplines and nominate 4 regional priorities, more precisely 1 regional priority per region. And we also have resources available in terms of IR4 biology lead time for 2 sponsored projects. Let's go over what distinguishes a national priority from a regional priority. A national priority is a project that ends up being nominated by more than 1 region by tomorrow. And national priorities typically involve a problem, a challenge, or a commodity that involve more than 1 region. So the research proposal usually is a little larger in scope. Instead, the regional priority is a research proposal that end up being nominated by only 1 region. And compared to the national priority, this one is a little bit more localized. So it involves a challenge or a commodity that are more related to a specific region or an area within that region. Okay, I guess we can switch to the spreadsheet. Hopefully it's big enough for you to read. Can you give me a thumbs up? Okay, I see a thumbs up, fantastic. Let's go over the table very quickly. The table is very similar to the one you saw before. The only difference here is that we're tracking the number of regions that are supporting the projects. So for example, in line 1, you can see the project IS00379 was supported by 1 region, and column D through G indicates which one of the region gave the support or nominated the project. Additionally, if you look at column K, you can see the problem code, and PPWS stands for past problem without solution. Instead, other coding will indicate whether the research proposal is meant to support organic producers, or whether the proposal is meant to address a resistant issues, or whether the proposal was submitted for a residue mitigation issue. We are starting with 34 nominated projects. Again, we want to go down to a total of 11. And that number applies not just to entomology, it applies to all of the 3 disciplines. So unfortunately, it will be a little bit of a challenge. Now, if you look at the green cells, here we'll keep track of the total A's that will end up being nominated by the end of today's session. Instead, if you look at column B, that tells you how many A priorities we have already, which come from the With Science session. So we have 6 With Science project currently nominated with an A. Any questions before we start discussing the project? Or comments or concerns? Okay, I guess we can get started. We'll start with crop group 0. And again, as a reminder, if you're not familiar with the crop group, I'm not as diligent or knowledgeable as Thomas, who knows them right off the bat. So I highly recommend to look at the crop group table, which is available on the Food Use Workshop webpage. And again, Christina can add the link to the chat for your convenience, so you can download and have it there available as needed. Okay, moving on. Project number 1. Starting with crop group 0, that means that there was really no crop group associated with this request. And this request is particularly old. Okay, IS 00379. This request was received for the control of wireworms on all crops. That means that eventually we'll have to narrow down to a specific commodity to conduct the study. And support comes from the southern region. Do we want to keep this in a priority?
We can drop this one to a B.
We'll drop to a B. IS 00416, control of spotted wind Drosophila. Again, no commodity was specified in this case. We'll have to narrow down to 1 eventually. And support come from the southern region.
We'll keep that one an A, and we'd be interested in caneberry.
Let's keep it as an A. We're now moving on to crop group 1. Did we miss any for crop group 1? I hear nothing, so let's talk about IS 00472, control of symphylans on root and tuber vegetables. Again, in this case, there was no specified commodity, but at least we have a crop group. And support comes from the western region.
We would like to maintain that as an A for now.
Let's keep it an A. IS 00503, control of cabbage maggot in root and tuber vegetables. Support comes from 2 regions, the North Central region and the Western region.
And the Northeast region would like to add an A for support. We overlooked it during nominations, but we got support today. So we're jumping on that too.
And we'd like to keep that an A.
Yes, we would like to keep that an A for now.
So we'll upgrade the request from 2 to 3 supporting regions, and we'll make IS 00503 an A. IS 00428, control of wireworms in sweet potato. The request comes in for organic production, but also it looks like it's open up for conventional production too. And support comes from the southern region.
We'll keep that an A for now, please.
We are switching now to a different crop group 4. Did we miss any requests for the prior crop groups or for this crop group 2? All right, looks like we're good. So IS 404.
A 404, we'd like to keep that as an A.
Okay. And that would be control of thrips on lettuce. Okay, and we'll keep that an A. IS 00144, control of seed core maggot in beans, and support come from the western region. That would be probably a crop group 8. What crop group do you have?
Christine.
Are we good, Kristen? Okay. So IS 00144, control of seed core maggot in beans, and support comes from the western region.
We'd like to keep that an A for now, until we learn more about a few products that are in performance and residue. Thanks.
We'll keep it an A for now. IS, okay, we're moving on to crop group 8. Did we miss anything for crop group 7 or 8? Okay. IS 00045, control of whiteflies on fruit and vegetables. Something tells me that the southern region would like this.
What would say
Mike,
that?
I thought,
Yeah, I'll speak up about it.
go for it.
Yeah, so our question is, can we add in the greenhouse teopyrochlores to accomplish the efficacy and crop safety needed under an integrated solutions project?
So what you're saying is that we have a lot of H pluses under resident product performance for multiple commodities that belong to this crop group. And you're saying, can we nominate this request and test the thiochloroplethrin on multiple crops, multiple commodities here, instead of nominating multiple H pluses under resident product performance?
Yes.
I think it's doable. Any objections that we need to know about? Okay. I'm looking at you, Philip. This is something we want to keep.
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely pick the fruiting veg of interest and maybe, not all of them, but.
I mean, I would
you could
assume,
do
I
the-
would hope pepper and tomato would give us the crop group eventually.
Yes, I think that's a wise way to go.
Okay.
And would definitely get you the other fruiting veg, eggplant, et cetera.
Okay.
So here, this will be an A as in Axtel, right? Mike,
Say that again, I'm sorry.
this will be an A as in Axtel, right?
Yes.
Dale. And then I think we have support from the North Central region too. Are you interested in that?
So would this then also potentially cover the greenhouse transplant?
We could possibly include that in the study and make it a more comprehensive study, which is the goal of integrated solutions anyway.
I hope so. I'd like to see it included.
Yeah, if we have a narrow range of products for testing, you could do different use patterns. And it sounds like that we do have some novel AIs that we want to test for these whiteflies. So yeah.
Okay, yeah, then North Central would also like to support that with an A.
And we'll better make a note in our database to reflect that. Fantastic. Okay. IS 00375, just so you know, we're starting with a new crop group. So before we get into that specific project, is there anything to add here for crop group 9 and 10? We are still on 8. Apologies. Told you I'm not as diligent as my peer here. Okay, IS 00375, control of whitefly in greenhouse tomato. Do we want to keep this in A?
We can move that to a B.
We'll move that to a B. IS 00070, control of flea beetles on eggplant. Support comes from the North Central region.
We can also move that to a B.
We'll make that a B. Now we can talk about crop group 9. Is there anything to add there? No? Okay. IS 00345, control of seed core maggot in squash for organic production, and support comes from the Western region.
We can make that a B.
We'll make that a B. IS 00505, we are starting now with crop group 10. Is there anything to add there? Okay, control of ghost snail in orange.
We'll keep it an A for now, please.
We'll keep it an A. Crop group 11, palm fruits. Anything to add here? All right, IS 00321, control of plum curculio on apples. And support comes from the Northeast region.
I would like to keep it A and also ask North Central because project is supported by Wisconsin and also by Virginia. So the North Central and Southern regions for supporting this one. It's important for our growers.
Okay, so is North Central interested in upgrading this request too? There's some discussions ongoing.
Okay, we can support that with an A and maybe have follow-up conversations.
Okay, so we'll upgrade that and we'll give the request an A. Then we have IS 00320, control of dogwood borer in apple. Support comes from the North Central region.
We can move that to a B.
Thank you. IS 00519, control of Prionus root borer on sour cherry. Support comes from the Western region.
We will default to, I'm sorry, I'm looking at. Was this not yours, North Central? That's just ours. Wow.
I think that's from the Utah researcher.
Yes.
Emily.
that's for me.
Let's go ahead and keep that an A for now, and I will reach out to Emily. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
We'll make it an A and move on. Now, we're talking about crop group 12. Is there anything to add here? All right, IS 00527, control of American plum borer in cherry. Two supporting regions, Northeast and North Central. Any upgrades or downgrades?
We'd like to keep that an A for North Central.
What about Northeast?
We agree.
Okay. IS 00518, control of Western flower thrips on peach. Support comes from the Southern region.
A, please.
Okay, starting with crop group 13. Anything to add here before we proceed? All right, IS 00499. Control of longhorn beetle in blueberry, high bush blueberry. And we get support from two regions, the Northeast and the Southern region. Any upgrades or downgrades here?
Southern region would like to keep it an A for now.
I think that we do too. Can we talk about this one really quick?
Yeah, I was going to clarify, this one is a little bit different than what's described here. We have this IS as a pheromone control system that went through the workshop last year and is being funded. So using mating disruption or mass trapping for longhorn beetle. But as a little switcheroo from Lorena, the requester, we're actually going to do the chemical pesticides as a more expedient option for growers. And therefore, we could additionally do mating disruption if this was funded to include it in the same study, basically, is why this is coming up again. It's the counterparts from the mating disruption that did get funded, but instead we're doing pesticides. Hope that makes sense.
Would this include any grub work? Like controlling the grubs, just mating?
Yes, for longhorn beetle, yes. We're trying to target the larval stage as the adults lay it onto the lower surfaces of the leaf of the blueberry plant, and then it goes into the soil, and we're looking for products that are going to be systemic in the plant. And so whatever the grub is feeding on would then be exposed, but it's not like so yes, we're looking at soil applications of thimethoxam and imidacloprid, which are already labeled for grubs, but not for longhorn beetle, as well as the diamides, et cetera, that are kind of listed on this sheet here.
Okay, sorry to interject, Philip. Megan, are you talking about Janine's request on
Yes.
white grubs?
I want to know why they were separated. Can they be combined?
It's two different species. We're talking about two different animals, basically, so we
Okay.
rather handle them differently. So this one, the longhorn beetle, high bush blueberry, is a very localized species that is infesting some blueberry plants in North Carolina. And this pest is in that area particularly. The white grubs are more common, more pest problem, and it's not necessarily localized there. So the white grubs will not be included. That's why we separated the request of Janine from this one in the first place.
Okay, so then the Northeast does not have as strong of interest in this one.
Okay, so we'll drop down Northeast.
So may I ask something? So since we're changing it to mating disruption for the Prianus in blueberries, so that's why we're separating the white grubs, right? Because if it was continuous with the insecticides, both Prianus and white grubs will be could be evaluated together. But because of the change, that's why we're separating it. Is that correct?
Longhorn beetle work would only be in North Carolina where the pest exists, whereas if we wanted to target white grub, we would do a different study. So that's why we can't combine them. You can definitely count white grub in the longhorn beetle study, but it wouldn't have trials in other places in the country.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, I need a little time to talk about it. So put the Northeast back at an A, and we need to confer a little bit more on this one. Thank you.
Okay. So what about the next one, which is the one we were talking about for white grubs? IS 00514. That's Janine's request.
Yes, the Northeast supports that one.
Okay, we'll keep it an A.
Thank you.
All right, IS 00517, control of chili thrips on southern high bush blueberry. Support comes from the southern region.
We'll keep that one an A for now, please.
Keep that an A. Next, we have IS 00470, control of spotted lanternfly on grape. And we have two supporting regions, Northeast and Southern.
We'll keep an A.
Southern region supports.
Okay. IS 00476, control of two spotted spider mites on strawberry. And support comes from three regions. Do we want to maintain the A, upgrade, or downgrade?
Western region is willing to put this at a B.
Okay, we'll downgrade for the Western region. What about the other two regions?
North Central can also downgrade to a B.
Southern region's okay with that.
Okay, we'll make it a B. What a turnout of events, unexpected. IS 00141, control of Helicopervazia on corn, sweet corn. And support comes from the southern region and the western region.
Western region's okay with a B?
We'll keep it an A for now, please.
Okay. IS 00456, just so you know, we are transitioning to crop group 17. Before we move on, is there anything to add for crop group 16 and 17 here?
Let's see.
Okay, IS 004.
We can drop it to a B.
Okay, thank you.
I'm loud.
IS 00473. Oh, again, we're starting with a new crop group 22. So we're missing nomination for crop group 18, 19, 20, and 21. Anything that we need to add here?
Oh, yeah.
If
Oh,
not,
yeah, so the pineapple mealybug. The Hawaii Department of Agriculture is interested in supporting this project. So could this be a sponsored project?
this is an agave.
Yeah, on agave. Sorry, pineapple mealybug on agave.
Okay, so it
Or
sounds,
what? Yeah, yeah.
say one more time for me, Carrie. I'm on the same boat.
00473, Hawaii Department of Agriculture is willing to sponsor this project.
Oh, wow,
A sponsored
okay.
project.
So
All we
this-
need is a protocol.
This will become a sponsored project. Thank you, Department of Hawaii.
Thank you.
I mean, Hawaii Department of Ag.
Hawaii Department of Ag, yeah.
Okay, good news, thank you. Switching to crop group 23. Anything to add here?
We can drop that to a B.
Okay, so we'll drop IS 00407, control of a navel orange worm on fig, and we'll turn that a B. Moving on to avocado, crop group 24. Anything to add here? Any missing nominated project here? I hear nothing, so IS 00404, control of lace bag on avocado. Support comes from the Western region. What does the Western region would like to do on this one?
Well, we are hoping that we get that avocado phytopyropin through, so I hate to drop this now, but we'll drop it now to a B.
Okay, we'll drop it to a B. Then we have crop group 25, IS 00481, control of Mexican rice borer on lemongrass.
We can drop it to a B.
We'll drop that to a B. And now we'll switch to the miscellaneous group, starting with IS 00358, control of mites in hemp.
We can move that to a B.
We'll move that to a B. IS 00369, control of lepidopterans in hemp, and that is a request for organic production.
We can also move that to a B.
We'll move that to a B. IS 00385, control of aphids on hemp.
B, please.
IS 00387, control of mites on hemp. That's for organic production.
And B.
Second to last, IS 00441, control of spouter and lanternfly on maple sap.
We can take a B.
We'll take a B. And finally, we have IS 00485, control of varroa mites in beehives. And we got support from 3 different regions.
Southern region missed this during nomination, but we would like to support this as well.
Oh, wow. So we got 4 A's for now. Do we keep that an A?
Yep, and we'd like to keep an A in North Central.
Yeah. A.
Sounds good. Could you please use the microphone?
Could this be an H instead of an A? High priority?
This is a different beast. It's
Dif-
integrated solution, so the rating scale is A.
Okay.
No problem. Good point, though. Thank you. Okay, I guess we reached the end of integrated solutions.
I can actually provide an
Yeah.
update. Was it 519? We can downgrade that to a B. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we started at 34 and we're down at 18. 18 for entomology only, though. We are, as a total right now, with science plus entomology, we are at 24. Still good progress. We have a little bit of a way to go. But again, we confide in you. We know you are resourceful people. You got your skills, your expertise, and we have all the brilliant minds right here in this room. So this is the best place and setting to engage in discussions which will pave the way for tomorrow's final selections. So with this being said, we are running ahead of time. It's 10:32, and I believe we had plant pathology scheduled for after lunch, and lunch is supposed to start at 11:30. So we are basically an hour ahead of time. Before I ask you a question, though, I'm reminded to let you know to not freak out at 11 o'clock a.m. Apparently, the Denver City is doing an emergency testing, and all cell phones may or will play or alarm. So don't be concerned. It's just a drill. Now, back to my original questions. Would you like to take a break and use this time to discuss these priorities so that we get better prepared tomorrow? Or should we even transition directly into plant pathology?
I could go either way. Anyone else?
I have to say there might be some people that might join for the plant pathology session in an hour. So, I mean, after lunch. So I'm wondering if we should rather wait, take this time.
It's not answering your question, but I was wondering, tomorrow's set up where we're supposed to go through the residue, efficacy and crop projects first, and then the integrated solutions. But it seemed to me that a lot of the H pluses, which we got a whole lot of them, are contingent on the potential for a integrated solutions project to be funded. The question I'm posing to the group is, would it make sense to do integrated solutions first thing in the morning tomorrow? And then go into residue and efficacy crop safety?
Sounds like a good strategy to me, but I'll open the same question to the rest of the crew here.
I feel like a few of my integrated solution studies are contingent on certain statuses that might be updated in residue and product performance. So I feel like I would trim away the IS after getting confirmation in residue and product performance. But that's just me. I don't know how anyone else feels about that.
Well, we got a comment, I guess, from someone?
I do like the idea, but I can't help but wonder if other people that aren't present for this decision would be banking on food use being first.
Yeah.
It's just now.
Get the word out.
Advertising, some change and.
We can be flexible. I can go either way. So other regions can.
I think we're the same as long as we have enough notice ahead of time.
Okay, so what I hear you saying is that first of all, we're going to take this hour to continue this discussion. So we'll let the tables do what they need to do. We'll head out for lunch. I mean, we'll break out for lunch. Go ahead, Todd.
The CLC is supposed to have a lunch meeting. And so for all those members that are here, we've been advised to get in line first and get our food and then go to the venue. The room is at the end of the reception area last night. So just and I sent out a notice. It started at 11:30. It's going to start around 12-ish. Okay. So thanks.
Okay, well, thank you, Todd. And about tomorrow, it sounds like, if I heard correctly, there's interest in keeping the schedule the way it is now. Residue and product performance first and then integrated solutions. So if that's the case, we'll keep the schedule as is. If something happens, we're flexible. We can always invert the order. Just let us know ahead of time so that we can send out a notification and folks can stay on top of the game too. Okay, with that being said, we are going to take some time, open up any discussion that is needed. Any other questions or comment you'd like to make before we do so?
Can I borrow Philip and Alice for a beetle discussion?
Absolutely. All right. Thank you all. Again, remember 11:30, that's when our lunch will start. Thank you all. To kick this off, we are going to turn it over to discussing plant pathology projects. And I'd like to introduce you to our biology lead for plant pathology, Dr. Jamin Patel. And again, Thomas Pike, our submission coordinator and senior study director, who will guide the discussion of the residue and product performance projects. Again, I hope you enjoyed your meal and had an opportunity to network with your fellow attendees. Now, I do have a question for you here in person, but also those attending virtually. Is there anybody who just joined us? If so, can you raise your hand? Sorry to put you on the spot, but unless you want to hear the same story about codings and project status, EPA stoplight analysis for the third time in a row, we can probably save the time there. But I need to know if somebody has just joined now. It looks like not. Anybody from the virtual world who just joined? Can the folks online hear us?
They can hear us. Yes,
Okay.
I got confirmation, but nobody raising their hands.
Okay, so I guess we can skip a couple of slides. David, can we please move on with the slides? I think we can switch to coding, all that. Okay, well, let's just go straight into the spreadsheet then. That will save us some time. Let's make it a little larger for our audience, please. Fantastic. Thank you, David. All right, we are starting with 68 plant pathology priorities. As a friendly reminder, our workshop goal is to go down to 35 A priorities across the 3 disciplines and 6 H pluses. I don't think I need to go over the table one more time. I think you know the process here. So I guess I'm gonna turn it over to Thomas so that he can go line by line and guide you through the list.
Alrighty. Starting with crop group 1, root and tuber vegetables. Anything last minute that needs to be added? All right. First item is cyazofamid on radish. This one is potential ECS before residue, staying in H or coming down to an M. It looks like it, yeah. Yeah.
Let's go ahead and make that an M.
M, thank you. Next one, metam sodium on ginseng. This one just needs ECS data. This one is orange. Am I reading that right? Yeah, okay. Blind. Staying in H or coming down to an M?
We can move that to an M.
M, thank you. Ina LB peptide on potato needs ECS data only. Staying in H or coming down to an M?
So this one, my understanding is the formulation isn't ready, so we can move it to an M.
Down to an M. Thank you. Next one is fluazanam on sweet potato. This one that has a tolerance but needs ECS data to add to crop or pest. This is one noting that it is currently red on the residue side of things. We recommend not moving forward with this, but I'll leave it to the floor.
We'll move it to an M.
To an M, thank you. All right, that finishes off the root and tuber vegetables. Moving on to bulb vegetables. Anything to add for group 3? Okay. Fluxapyroxad, pyraclostrobin on dry bulb onion. Needs ECS data only. Staying an H or coming down to an M?
We can take that to an M.
M?
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you. Next up, phenamidone on greenhouse lettuce. This one is currently under evaluation. Do we have feedback from Gowan regarding the status?
Yeah, we can support the phenamidone uses. So I think it would need, for greenhouse, like you'd need residue and efficacy.
Residue and ECS, is that what I'm hearing? So we have that status correct?
Yes.
Great. All right. Oh,
I just want to mention that there is a project being conducted in Canada. So efficacy data will be generated there, and this is a greenhouse project. So I believe we can always consider that data from Canada. And Christine, if you may comment if you like to.
Was that a priority, an A priority in Canada?
That's correct. We do have some residue work and efficacy going on. I believe, just let me check one sec. Yeah, we have 1 efficacy going on in 2025, and we're planning for 2 in 2026.
So in that case, then, Gavan, can we just have residue data then, if that is okay?
I mean, we're conducting residue as well, like the 4 trials that is needed. So it would cover your request.
We would just need to double check the use pattern.
yeah, we just just gonna make sure the use pattern is the same as what's being asked for in the US. But I'm assuming that the efficacy and crop safety data that Canada is generating would probably satisfy Gowan US's needs. So we're keeping this one as an A or dropping it down to a B?
I'm happy to share the use pattern. If you want to keep it an A now, I can share the use pattern and you can bring it down if you want later.
That seems a reasonable approach if the South agrees.
Yeah, we'll keep it an A for now. Sorry.
Yep, great. Next one is fluazanam on greenhouse lettuce. Similar situation. This one's potential. Fluazanam is red. I recommend not moving forward with this one, but waiting for the crowd to state.
Isn't this a priority for Canada at this point, an A priority?
Fluazanam on lettuce?
Fluazanam?
Is Canada doing fluazanam on?
I mean,
Yes, it was selected.
Yeah, we just need a B then. And I'm not sure why it's under potential, because it's already been approved by the registrant in Canada.
ISK here to comment.
We've seen some field data that showed Fido, so for our own safety sakes, we would want to see that ECS data again.
Other than what's from Canada?
Potentially not if it looks okay in Canada.
Okay, so we still would only need a B since they're already running it through, so that IR4 could take it when it's ready.
Are you fine dropping this to an M then?
Well, I'm trying to get them to change it to a researchable, but if not, it would have to go to an M.
Right, if the efficacy crop safety looks good in Canada, then it would be residue only.
But it's also red, so we couldn't move forward with it anyway. Is that correct?
Right, I'm just looking for the B out of it, but if
Right now it's red because we are nearing our risk cup and we have already evaluated that greenhouse lettuce would be fine.
Well, unless we're changing it from potential, it'll have to go to an M.
So is this staying as potential then because there's a request for more efficacy and crop safety work then before moving forward with any kind of residue work in the US? Okay. So it sounds like the status is staying as is. So evaluating as potential, is it staying as an H or going down to an M?
We're moving it to an M. Is that correct, Mike?
That's correct.
Thank you.
M, thank you. Next one is Cyazofamid on greenhouse lettuce. This one is researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Oh, sorry, we're on lettuce now. I should have mentioned anything else to add for crop group 4. All right, Cyazofamid on greenhouse lettuce, researchable, residue and ECS data needed. This one staying in A or coming down to a B?
B, please.
Down to a B? All right. All right, we finished up group 4, jumping past 5, 6, and 7. Anything need to be added for those? If not, we are on to fruiting vegetable group 8. Anything to add here? All right. First one we got is AC203 on tomato. This one is potential ECS before residue. Is this one staying an H or coming down to an M?
Let's leave it as an H.
Leave it as an H. Got it. Next, we've got azoxystrobin plus Rhinutria saccharinensis on greenhouse tomato. This one just needs ECS data. Is this one staying as an H or coming down to an M?
M, please.
M. Thank you.
Mike, just to confirm, the AC203 is not greenhouse tomato. Are you aware of that?
Oh, I apologize. I thought we were still in that. No.
Oh,
So it wasn't for me to speak on that one. I apologize.
wait, so hold on.
Yes, that one.
Okay, so the status for AC203 is correct as an H. We're good there?
Well,
oh, sorry. Let's go back.
Southern Region's fine moving it to an M. We'll defer to the Northeast, who I believe also nominated it.
Oh, okay. I see what the issue was.
Sorry, can you recap? Right. That's fine.
Okay. So that one's good. And then the azoxystrobin Rhinutria greenhouse tomato, we were okay on an M, right? Okay, cool. Back on track. Next up is cyflufenamide on greenhouse tomato. This one is researchable, residue, and ECS data needed. This one is an orange. Is staying in A or coming down to a B?
B, please.
Next up is fludeoxonil and pideflumethafen on greenhouse tomato. This one just needs ECS data, staying in H or coming down to an M.
We would like to keep this as an H.
Stay as an H, got it.
All right, so just a comment on this one. We are currently considering this particular AI under IS 00461. We are currently communicating with registrant, and most probably this will be added, but again, I can't promise because still protocol is being developed under IS 00461, and currently it is being considered. So if you are okay with IS 00461, we can downgrade this one.
Thanks for that information, Jamin. I think we're okay moving it to an M then if Southern Region agrees.
That's fine with Southern Region.
Okay, down to an M, thank you. Next up is Mandistrobin on greenhouse tomato. This one is potential, ECS before residue. Is this one staying as an H or coming down to an M?
It's going to stay as let's make it an M. We won't have to fight it this year because we're waiting for the integrated solutions.
Okay, it's down to an M. Got it. Next up is pyrazoflumid on greenhouse tomato. This one is potential, ECS before residue. Is this one staying an H or coming down to an M?
That one can go to an M.
I'm okay with an M too.
M it is. STBX 016, copper product on greenhouse tomato. Tolerance established, need ECS to add the crop or the pest. Is this one staying as an H or coming down to an M? Do we have a registrant for this?
Greenhouse is fine with an M on that.
Okay, so we got an M anyway. It looks like we don't have a contact for it right now, so that's fine.
Tom, before we go into eggplant, can you just confirm with me the 13769 AC203? I finalized it with an H, but I think it's an M on here, so I want to make sure. Still tomato, right in the tomato, right there.
That's correct. It's an M.
It is an M. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, we're good. Okay. On to eggplant. Fludioxonil and pideflumethafen on greenhouse eggplant. This one just needs ECS data. Is this one staying as an H or coming down to an M?
M, please.
M on eggplant, thank you. Next up, pyrazoflumid on greenhouse pepper, potential ECS before residue, staying an H or coming down to an M?
We can move that one to an M if Mike agrees.
Definitely M.
Down to an M, got it. Next up is cyflufenimid on greenhouse pepper. This one is researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Noting that it is an orange, staying an A or coming down to a B.
We'll go to a B. It's being an orange is going to make it tough.
Down to a B, thank you. Next one, potassium phosphite plus chlorothalonil on greenhouse pepper. This one is under evaluation. Do we have feedback on the status of this one? I don't believe we've received anything yet. I'm not sure if there's a Luxembourg representative here. All right. So yeah, so this one's still under evaluation. And it is an orange. Is it staying an A or coming down to a B?
B, please.
B.
B, thank you. And that takes us to the end of the fruiting vegetables. Moving on to crop group 9, cucurbits. Anything last minute to add here? If not, we can skip past the cyprodinil and fludioxonil watermelon, as that has been noted as a manufacturer objective. Moving on to the next item, prothioconazole on watermelon. This needs ECS data only. Note that it is orange. Staying an H or coming down to an M?
Do we know what kind of orange it is? Because we're looking to add anthracnose to the label, if that gives any additional information.
I don't know if Bayer could provide any comment on this one. Or...
I think we'll see that all the azoles are categorized as an orange based on some concerns or ongoing discussions at the EPA.
Southern region's fine to move it to an M, but we'll defer to the other nominating regions.
Northeast agrees.
Does Western agree?
M is fine. Thank you.
Got it. Next up is cyflufenimid on greenhouse cucumber. This is researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Staying in A or coming down to a B?
B, please.
B. Next up is potassium phosphate and chlorothalonil on greenhouse cucumber. Same situation as the other one. This one's under evaluation. We don't have feedback from the registrant, and it is orange.
Hey,
An A or bring it down to a B.
Can y'all hear me?
Oh, yeah, yes.
All right, this is Michael Kenty. I'm with
Oh, there
Helena.
we go.
We're the representative for Luxembourg's phosphate products.
Yes.
I am not aware of this project or the other one. I don't remember seeing anything, and I know Bobby Bassie is on. And Bobby just sent me a message. This was not a Luxembourg project, so I don't know who requested it. But one of the things we have wondered is the two companies talking, anything with chlorothalonil, with some of the stuff coming out of the EPA, we've kind of been watch and see before we go hog wild. That's all I can offer up on that right now, because whoever submitted this, I've not seen anything about it.
Would you like us to put these two projects on hold then while the situation with chlorothalonil is worked out, or?
I would say yes. I could, I'm gonna text Bobby right now. He's in North Carolina, I'm in Vegas. But I'll text him to see what he thinks, because I think we're all kind of waiting on chlorothalonil.
Yeah, so is there an expectation that you kind of have a clear answer by tomorrow? Because if they go on hold, that'll kind of be it for them for the workshop. They
He
come
said,
back
Bobby says on hold.
on hold. Okay.
Yep.
So the two potassium phosphate chlorothalonils will go on hold. The one was already downgraded to a B there. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, we're good on those. Okay. Next up is pyrazoflumin on greenhouse cucumber. This one is potential ECS before residue. Staying in H or going down to an M?
M, please.
M, thank you. That brings us to the end of the cucurbits. Nothing for citrus, group 10. Moving on to pome fruit, group 11. Anything last minute to add for these? All right. First one is phenamidone on apple. This one is potential ECS before residue. Is this one staying in H or coming down to an M?
I have a question. I have a note here that this product might be included in an integrated solutions that's ongoing. And first of all, is that correct?
I think I need to double check on that.
Okay, I think the note says IS 00449.
Yes.
Okay, and if there's data coming from that, I was just curious if we could maybe get a status change, but we should look into that.
I'll let you know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So with that being said, I'd like to revisit it. So let's give it an H.
Keep it in H. Got it.
Thank you.
All right, that's it for pome fruit. Moving on to stone fruit. Anything to add for crop group 12? All right, first one we have here is ipflufenaquin on cherry. This one needs ECS data only. This one has been flagged as red. So we'll leave it an H or bring it down to an M.
We can bring it down to an M.
Down to M, thank you.
And so
Oh,
is that's officially red? There's no change in the status of ipflufenaquin from EPA's perspective?
of the active
year?
ingredient? No, as
Yeah.
far as I'm aware, that's
Did you want to know more? What would you guys-
Is there a reason why? Because I thought it was weird.
Is there any available information on the reasoning why?
Is there a NISO rep here who wants to?
Yeah, I believe it's the same thing as with the azole. So it's at the EPA right now being evaluated.
Okay, thank you. We'll agree with the other regions.
Okay. Cherry goes to an M. Next up is Cyprodinil on sour cherry. This one is currently under evaluation. I don't know if we have any updates from Syngenta on this one.
No, I don't have an update right now. Let's keep it
Okay.
under evaluation, please.
So this one will stand under evaluation. So I believe this one will have to go to a B as it's not going to be upgraded throughout the food use workshop.
Yeah, go ahead. Just press the button.
On sweet cherries, cyprodinil was phytotoxic. I don't see why it wouldn't be phytotoxic on sour cherry, but Syngenta knows this, so it's a question that would limit its registration.
That is worth noting. Thank you. And may inform the decision that is made on that PCR. That brings us to the end of stone fruit. Moving on to berries, group 13. Anything last minute to add to group 13? Okay. Boscalid and pyraclostrobin on kiwi fruit. This one is under evaluation. Craig, do we have an update on the status of this one?
No, I don't. This is not your typical, this is a new project. It's not the typical foliar spray for the leaf diseases. It appears to protect from canker pathogens after pruning. So there's really not any data for us to evaluate. So I think we'll have to keep this at under evaluation.
Yep. All right. That'll remain under evaluation. So it'll dump it down to a B.
Thank you.
Next up, we have myclobutanil on kiwi fruit. This one was updated to be potential ECS before residue. Notably, this one is orange. Staying in H or coming down to an M?
I'd like to keep it an H for now.
Staying H, you got it. Next up is Inpirfluxam on grape. This one has been updated to researchable residue and ECS data. Is this one staying in A or coming down to a B?
A, please.
A for Inpirfluxam grape. You got it.
I just wanna update that right now Registron supports 14-day PHI instead of 30-day PHI. So just so you know.
Okay. Next up, we've got VRD01 on grape. This is potential ECS before residue. Is this staying as an H or coming down to an M? Do we have a registrant? We have a registrant for this, or?
Yeah, we do.
We do. Okay, cool.
I'd like to keep it an H.
Keep it an H. You got it. Next one, AC203 on strawberry. This one has been updated to hold, right? That says hold. Yeah, God, I'm blind. All right, so this one will get skipped over. Next is fluopyram on strawberry. This needs ECS data only. Is it staying in H or coming down to an M?
We'd like to keep it in H.
Keep it in H. Next up is mandipropamid on strawberry. This is researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Is it staying in A or coming down to a B?
That'll be a B. I'm sorry, that's going to be an A.
A.
Too many letters in my brain.
All right.
That's an A.
Mandipropamid strawberry is an A. Next up is isofenamid on strawberry for greenhouse transplants. This one is researchable, residue and ECS data needed. I want to note for this one, there's currently ongoing greenhouse work and there's an existing field use. If ISK is not requesting ECS data specific to this and are satisfied with what is going to be happening in the ongoing greenhouse work, this could be covered by the existing, this use could be covered by the existing field use and the greenhouse use that are in progress.
I think that would be fine.
All right, so ISK is satisfied with what they're getting, what's coming from the greenhouse. So in that case, this one can actually be updated to covered by another project and point to the greenhouse one, which I don't have the PR number 4 offhand, but we can flag that later. And this one does not need to get prioritized. All right. Next up, we have Mandy Propamid on strawberries for greenhouse transplant. This is researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Is this staying in A or coming down to a B?
We'd like to keep that in A.
Keep it in A, you got it. It's a lot of strawberry. Next up is cyflufenimide on greenhouse strawberry. This one is researchable, residue and ECS data needed. This one is orange.
B, please.
Down to a B.
And Thomas?
Yes.
That project for isofenamide is 12609.
Thank you.
That's the ongoing.
Cool. Alrighty. Back to where we were. We are on pyriophenone for, oh, sorry. Did someone say something? I'm hearing things. Pyriophenone on greenhouse strawberry. This one is researchable, residue and ECS data needed.
I believe this is the Canadian A, so we'd like to get a B for it, please.
Down to a B. Okay. Next, we have potassium phosphite and tebuconazole on cranberry.
Excuse me, Thomas.
Oh,
Can I ask you a question about the strawberry? The project that we evaluated was 14010, not 13943, and that was for daughter plants. So that was like a greenhouse transplant deal. So the one that you have in there is for field application.
no, are you talking about 14010, Luis?
Okay, I see. So 13943.
Yes.
Do we have anything to do, Syngenta?
So the 13943 Mandy Propamid strawberry is for the production of daughter plants in nursery fields.
Correct.
Yes.
But that means you're going to apply to the mother plant, then you're going to transplant that into the field for production, correct?
I assume that is the case, but I'll defer to the person who knows this.
Because we do not support going to the field and get a second shot if you are going to go to consumer. And then, so yes, you can apply, you can transplant, and then sell it to consumer. So I'm not sure which one we're really talking about here.
So the one that represents sales to consumer is 14010, and is the strawberry greenhouse transplant. I'm not entirely sure how the 13943 is grown. Can anyone comment on that here?
Yes, and we'll ask Driscoll's to confirm, but basically the daughter plants are grown in the field and then they're transplanted into commercial production fields.
If that's the deal, then Syngenta does not support you to treat in the greenhouse and then go into the field and transplant for production.
There's no greenhouse in this case. It looks like it's all happening in the field. Is that correct, Carrie?
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
But, okay, yes, but you're talking about a nursery plant. So basically you are treating it like if it was in the greenhouse. The thing is you're going to have two double shots, potentially a double shot. One, in wherever you are, and 2, when it's transplanted into the field. If that is the practice, Syngenta does not support it. If you're gonna go for consumer, yes, we support it. So whatever these 2 things mean, I just want that to be clear.
So can you please request or Carrie, can you confirm nursery means is it greenhouse or the field? So that will clarify the things.
Nursery, whether it's in the greenhouse or whether it's in shade house or whether it's outside. The point is you're gonna hit the plant
Speak to you.
twice. And that is an issue with us because of
Who you
resistance.
talk to?
Yeah, the concern is that regardless of where the daughter plants are grown, his issue is that they're going to be treated with mandipropamine there and then could then be treated with it in the commercial production once they're transplanted out there. Is my understanding correct, Luis?
That is correct.
Okay.
So that means 139.43, if this is Syngenta, and if this is gonna be treated twice, then we do not support it.
So this would be for nursery use, and this would create another mode of action for use in the nursery so that the efficacy for the methanoxam in the commercial fruiting fields is more effective.
So the intention would be to use a different mode of action in the field, is that what you're saying? At post-planting?
The issue here is resistance, and we have a use in the field. So we do not want to have before the field, whatever name we put it, greenhouse, shade house, mother plant, whatever.
Can we reserve a little time later to discuss this a little bit further with folks?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
You know, perhaps we table this discussion and we have a personal discussion and we make sure that we understand what we're talking about because I am confused.
Yeah, let's talk, Luis.
Status will stay as is for now. And then after you guys have a chat with Luis, then we'll work out what's happening with that one. All right. Where did we leave off? It was potassium phosphite and tebuconazole on cranberry. This one is currently under evaluation. Do we have a Helena rep here?
Well, actually, this is Bobby Bassey with Luxembourg. This project is being supported by Helena and Luxembourg. And I think it was originally sponsored by Dr. Udemans at Rutgers, if I'm not mistaken. And I think this has been completed, right? I'm not sure.
We have a separate tebuconazole on cranberry that is just about to be submitted. It's going in ideally next month. So there will be a tebuconazole cranberry use that is pardon me. That may be the one that you're referring to.
It could be. So I'm not sure who's sponsoring this. Maybe the Cranberry Institute.
Yes, we were sponsoring this project. So you are correct. Dr. Udemans put through a tebuconazole PCR. That work has been completed, but we were told that there was no registrant that would support a standalone tebuconazole product. So that my understanding or our understanding was that IR4 was going to go ahead and apply for the tolerance, and then we could try to chase down a 24C for some type of product. Dr. Udemans came back and said that it's actually more effective if we combine it with the potassium phosphite and suggested that we try to go ahead and register this combo product. So I'm not sure if there actually is any residue work that needs to be done, or how we just want to get a product registered, I guess.
My understanding, there would be no residue work that would be required. That's correct.
Okay, so could we go for this product?
I mean, we would fully support it. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, we've got that commercially available as a product called Biothon. and it's used in other crops around. So as a supplier, we would support it, whatever's got to be done.
Okay, so we would, I guess, I don't know in that case if we need an A priority or an 8. I mean, what do we need to, I guess, get this moving?
So I guess the question then is whether or not, so is potassium phosphate, is that a tolerance exempt or? Okay, so in theory, all that would still be needed for this, provided that the rate of tebuconazole for this is covered by the existing tebuconazole project that is being submitted. In theory, then the only thing that would be needed would be like efficacy and crop safety data to satisfy the registrant. If they don't need anything additional, then in theory, nothing is needed for this project. It'd just be covered by the sort of covered. Yeah.
So the original IR4 submission would go towards establishing the tolerance, and then the registrant would add us to this particular product label.
That is my understanding of how that process would work. Yeah.
Yes, I think that's correct.
So the question is, does the registrant need additional efficacy and crop safety data in order to put this use on their, to be satisfied to put this use on their label?
We're doing work this year with Viathon, excuse me, on cranberry, and with the support of Helena. So well, once those numbers come in this fall, we'll just pursue the addition of cranberry to our Viathon label. So yes, we will send that new crop administrative amendment to EPA to get this taken care of. Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like this is appropriate to turn to a B because there's no additional work necessary to be done. The performance work is being conducted, the residue stuff is going in.
Great.
This is Susan. Is it fair to do Luxembourg as a manufacturer objective on this one?
Yeah, I think it might, I think manufacturer objective might be the appropriate one, and we'll put a comment in it relating back to the tebuconazole cranberry just to make that connection.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, it's Helena. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Right. There's nothing to prioritize because it's being done essentially. All right. The next one we have is ethoboxam on pistachio. This one is currently under evaluation. Do we have an update from Valent on the status of this?
Yes, we can change this to researchable residue and ECS, please.
Got it. Researchable residue and ECS. So will this go to stay an A or come down to a B?
It'll be an A.
A, you got it. Oh, and I should have mentioned we're now on group 14. Any other tree nuts to add to the last minute? Okay. Next up is fluopicolide on pistachio. This one has been updated in manufacturer hold, so this will be skipped over.
Can Western Region ask for any background on that decision? Is there any information
It'd be
available?
direct to Valent. I'm not sure of the discussion around that.
This is Greg. It relates to the pollinator data requirements. We're trying to get our hands around what is going to be necessary there. So we're putting both of the fluopicolide projects on hold for that reason while we figure that out.
Thank you, Greg. We appreciate that feedback.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next up, we have triphenyltin hydroxide on walnut. All right, there's been an update on this one. UPL has provided an update that this one does actually need residue work. So this one has been updated to researchable residue and ECS needed. Notably, this has not gone, because this was flagged as just ECS data, it has not gone through the stoplight analysis. However, based on the status it received last year and in confirming with the UPL rep, the expectation is that this one is going to be orange again. So the question is this one going to stay as an A or come down to a B?
We're going to keep it as an A.
Keep it as an A. Got it.
We could go back to the one up from the fluopicolite on pistachio. Can Valent comment on the pre-mixture of ethoboxam and fluopicolite that they're planning to register? We were told that that might be a product that they're going to develop. A pre-mixture of ethoboxam and fluopicolite.
Right. You're ahead of me. So no, I have no information on that whatsoever.
Well, the Valent people I spoke to said that that was a future product because we're showing that the tank mixture of those two are kind of synergistic. So we were hoping that that product would be coming along soon. But if you don't know.
Yep.
we'll
I'm
have
sorry,
to-
Jim. I can check on that and get back to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Next up is famoxidone and cymoxanil on asparagus ferns. This one is potential ECS before residue. This one's staying in H or coming down to an M.
We can take an M.
Is North Central okay with that as well? Yes. Okay. Down to an M. Oh, sorry. We skipped over a lot of crop groups now. We are into 22. Anything to add to any of the earlier ones? Okay. Fluopyram and tebuconazole on asparagus ferns. This one is researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Notably, this one is orange.
North Central is okay with moving that to a B.
Northeast,
Yep, we agree.
down to a B. Thank you. Next up is pyrimethanil on asparagus ferns. This one was updated to potential ECS before residue. Is this one staying in H or coming down to an M?
North Central is okay with an M on this.
Okay, down to an M. Next up is fluopicolide on celery greenhouse transplants. This one is potential ECS before residue. Is this one staying in H or coming? Oh, question from chat.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Greg.
Yes, I'm sorry, but this also will have to put on hold the fluopicolide.
Oh yeah, fluopicolide celery, putting it on hold.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you for the same reason as the others.
Exactly.
All right. That finishes group 22. No requests for 23. That's edible peel tropicals. On to group 24. Any late additions to this? Okay. Boscalid and pyraclostrobin on mango. Tolerance is established. Just need ECS data to add the crop or pest. Staying in H or coming down to an M?
Coming down to an M.
Down to an M. Thank you. This next one, the azoxystrobin benzoin mint. This one is currently ongoing. The ECS data is being generated, so I don't believe there's anything that needs to be prioritized here. This just protocol got signed late, so it still was on the list. All right, and now we are into herbs. Last minute items to add for herbs. Mary, I believe that you have two that are being added here.
Yes, do we have PR numbers for those?
There are not PR numbers yet for we've received the PCRs, but I don't believe they've been processed. So these are the mandipropamid, yes, basil and mint greenhouse transplant. We have the other requests on here for the other herbs. We have preliminary approval just to translate the statuses on those existing ones, which are, I believe they are currently researchable, residue, and ECS. So if you choose to move forward with those, are you adding those here with like a blank for the PR number, or it was either that or you just flag the other two and they get changed later? It's whatever is easier to handle on the spreadsheet side of things. Okay. Okay, so yes, it's basal greenhouse transplant and mint greenhouse transplant. Manipropamid, yeah. Okay. So starting from the top then, the first one we have is fenhexamid, basal for greenhouse transplant. This one has been recently updated to be put on hold, so we're skipping over this one. Next is isofetamid on basal for greenhouse transplants. This one is potential ECS before residue. Is this staying an H or coming down to an M?
We can move that to an M.
Move it to an M, thank you. Then we have the just added manipropamid on basal greenhouse transplants. This one is researchable, residue and ECS data needed.
A.
A for this one, thank you. Next is manipropamid on lavender for greenhouse transplant. This one's researchable, residue, and ECS. I assume this is getting downgraded in lieu of basal and mint. Got it. Down to a B, please, for lavender. Next is fenhexamid mint for greenhouse transplant. This one has been updated to hold, so we will skip over this one. Then we have isofetamid on mint for greenhouse transplant. This one is potential ECS before residue. Staying an H or coming down to an M?
M.
M, thank you. Then the just added manipropamid on mint for greenhouse transplants. I assume this one is an A. Yep, and same status. The other one's researchable, residue, and ECS data needed. All right. Then we have phenamidone on oregano greenhouse transplants. This one is under evaluation. I don't know if we have feedback from Gowan on this one.
It'd be researchable. You'd need residue and ECS.
Researchable, residue, and ECS data needed. Thank you.
Yep.
Is this one staying an A or coming down to a B?
B, please.
B, thank you. Next is manipropamid on oregano. This one's researchable. I assume this one is coming down to a B in lieu of basal and mint. Thank you. Next up, we have azoxystrobin and benzovindoflupyr on rosemary for greenhouse transplants. This one is researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Luis, this one is currently ongoing with both basal and mint. And Jamin, I believe that both efficacy and crop safety data is being generated for both of those. Is Syngenta satisfied with those to cover the group? Because if so, this one could just be covered by the ongoing basal and mint.
Yes, I assuming that we're going to the consumer market, but yes, Syngenta will support taking out the proposal for lavender, oregano, and rosemary.
Oh no, this is a different one, Luis. The azoxystrobin and benzovindoflupyr were those protocols were signed this year. This is the same as those, but it's for rosemary. The reason why it's still on the list is because it has the status that you guys still need the ECS data for this. The residue is being covered by the ongoing basal and mint. There's also ECS data going on for basal and mint. So if you guys are happy with what's being done for basil and mint and don't need anything else for rosemary, like because we've got the group covered, then there's nothing else to be done with this project. That's what I wanted to confirm.
Okay, I confirm that.
Great, thank you. Okay, so this one can get changed to covered by another project and pointing to the basil and mint, and there is nothing else to be updated for here. Thank you, Luis.
Hey, Tom,
Yes.
can we go back and recap those? That got really confusing for
Yeah,
me.
there's a couple of different AIs here, basically. So
Could we just go through the list and like do what letter they were given? Because I got really lost.
sure, let's
Thank you.
jump up a bit. Yeah, let's start with this crop group, basically. All right. All right, so all right. So first one there was azoxyben. Is it the first one there? Yeah, okay. So the first one that was azoxybenzo. This one is currently ongoing. The ECS is ongoing. It just the protocol got signed late, so it wound up on the nomination list. There's nothing else to be done here. Fenhexamide basil on hold, nothing to be nominated. Okay. Isofetamide basal greenhouse transplant, that was downgraded to an M. Mandipropamide on basil for greenhouse transplants, that was just added. That one was made an A. That's a researchable residue in ECS. Mandipropamide lavender was downgraded because it's not needed because we are covering it with basil and mint for mandipropamide. Fenhexamide mint is on hold. Isofetamide mint is potential was downgraded to an M. This is the other mandipropamide that was added, mandipropamide on mint for greenhouse transplant, researchable. This was made an A. Then phenamidone on oregano was updated to researchable, was downgraded to a B. Mandipropamide oregano greenhouse transplant downgraded to a B because it is being covered by basil and mint. Azoxystrobin, benzo, rosemary, just confirmed with Luis because we are currently doing azoxy and benzo on basil and mint, that the ongoing ECS data being done as part of that will cover this, so there's nothing needed to prioritize here. It is being changed to covered by another project. Great. No problem. And now we are on to phenamidone, rosemary, back to Gowan. I assume this is the same status as the oregano above.
Yes, yeah, it's same status.
All right, researchable residue and ECS. And is this one being downgraded as oregano was?
Yes, we can downgrade it to a B.
Down to a B, thank you. And finally, mandipropamide rosemary, researchable. I assume this is coming down to a B because it is covered by basil and mint. Down to a B. Oh, we can update this. No, we can update the statuses later. Right now, it's just a B. Okay, that finishes the herb group. Nothing for spice. Oh no, sorry, stevia is an herb. I forgot. Okay, so we've got Bacillus amyoliquefaciens strain D747 on stevia. This one needs ECS data only. Staying an H or coming down to an M?
M, please.
Thank you. Did I say that right? Amyoliquefaciens?
I hope you're not asking me.
Yeah. Normally I'm good at those. That's a rough one. All right. Down to an M. Thank you. Next up, geez. Clonostacis rosea strain J1446 on stevia. This one is still under evaluation. Do we have a registrant? I don't recognize Lalimond. All right. We don't have a registrant update on this one. If it stays under evaluation, it won't be able to get picked on the last day. In the meantime, keep it an A or come down to a B.
I'll make it easy and all of the stevias can come to M's. Like you said, I don't think we have registrant updates from any of the 3 under evals. If we do, I'd like to hear them, but they can be M's for now.
Okay, so B's we use for under evaluation, but yeah, I got you. Okay, so same for dichloropropene and chloropicrin and streptomyces. M for the Burkhold area. Okay. Okay, M's for all of those. Next up, we have fluazin and dolazine on coffee. This one is potential ECS before residue. Notably, this one was flagged as red as well. This is staying an H or coming down to an M.
M.
M, thank you. Oh, and we are deep in the miscellaneous ones now. Any last minute crops to add here? Okay. You got pyrazoflumid on hemp. This one is potential ECS before residue. Staying an H or coming down to an M?
Stay as an H.
Stay as an H. You got it.
Can you please confirm the target disease?
So the target pest species, Sclerotinia botrytis. I think that's in the reasons for need.
And if you need to choose either of those two, which one would be your primary target?
I would have to get back with the person who nominated that.
That would be great.
All right, next up, pyriophenone on hemp. This one is potential ECS before residue. Staying an H or coming down to an M?
M, please.
M, you got it. That's it for the hemps. Moving on to hops. Fluoxapiprilin on hops. This one is researchable. There's currently ECS ongoing. Just need residue data then. Is this staying an A or coming down to a B?
Western region is fine with a B.
Southern and North Central?
North Central would like an A.
Keep it an A. You got it. Then I think the final one here is potassium phosphite on peanut. This one was updated to researchable, only residue data needed. Staying an A or coming down to a B?
Christina, do you want Michael to give the background on this? Or do you just want us to give it an A?
I can give the background if you need to. We had this project prior, and when we started the project, we were trying to get residues established so peanuts could be exported to the EU that have been treated with phosphites. And a lot of y'all in IR4 remember all the other commodities they went after. Peanuts kind of fell through the thing. We started a project thinking we only needed 6 residue trials. As the project was being summarized and written, the EU changed the rules and we need 8 residue trials now. And so both Luxembourg and Helen are supporting this financially. And we got a lot of Me Too's and we need an A to keep on going.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we're gonna keep this one an A, but we, just as a general information, we only need 2 to 3 residue trials for this one. And we already have the protocol and the lab's already analyzed it once.
Got it. All right, so this one will stay as an A for the moment then. Thank you. We'll deal with it later. Yeah. What? Yeah, I'll move a flag. All right, that brings us to the end of the list.
Well done, everyone. We went from 68 down to 15 as a total. Good job. And we're running ahead of time. We were planning to have the integrated solutions discussion after the break, but we are pretty confident that we can wrap that up before the break. So how do you feel about transitioning directly into integrated solutions now? Sounds good? I see a thumbs up. All right. Let's switch to the integrated solutions spreadsheet. Let's make it a little bigger for the folks in the room, please. Okay. That's good. I guess we can get started. We'll start with crop group 3. Just as a note, we didn't receive any nominated project for crop group 1 or 2. Is there anything to add there? If not, We can start with IS 00513, control of fusarium in dry bulb onion. The need is an organic need and support comes from the Western region.
We'd like to keep that an A.
We'll keep that an A. IS 00491, control of stymphalium on dry bulb and green onion, it looks like. And support comes from the Northeast and the Southern region.
Northeast is okay with a B, but we defer to Southern.
B is fine.
Okay, so we'll downgrade to a B.
North Central has something to say.
Do I hear an A from North Central? Okay,
Can we have an A for North Central for now?
you sure can.
We'll go back up to an A. We'll talk about it. Okay.
Wait, I have questions. Imagine that. Okay, there we go. Okay. I was gonna say, because I thought I had, and I'm happy if North Central supports it, but I had that Northeast and the South supported it originally, so I looked up there, only saw one and got confused.
Okay, I guess we're back to square one with an A for the IS 00491 project. Good. Next, for crop group 4, we have IS 00304, control of downy mildew on lettuce. And the project was submitted in support of the organic Oh, sorry, I'm informed that I skipped one line. So let's go back one line, IS 00347, control of Cercospora diseases in leafy vegetables. The request comes in support of organic production systems, and we received support from the Southern region.
We can make that a B.
We'll make that a B. IS 00304, control of downy mildew on lettuce. Again, the request come in support for the organic production systems, and support comes from the Western region.
Yeah, we can drop that to a B.
We'll drop that to a B. IS 00434, control of viruses on greenhouse grown lettuce. And support comes from the Western region.
We can drop that to a B.
I'll drop that to a B. IS 00509, control of fusarium diseases in lettuce. And support comes from all the regions except North Central.
Southern region will drop to a B, but we defer to the other regions.
Northeast is also okay with a B.
We'll keep it an A for now.
We'll keep it an A. Okay, we are switching to the next group. Before we move ahead with the next group, do we need to add any missing nominated project here? Okay. IS 00486, control of Fusarium laffey. Did I pronounce that right? I did. On soybean. And support comes from the North Central region.
We can move that to a B.
We'll move that to a B. Okay. IS 00524, control of root knot nematode on lima beans. Support comes from the Northeast region.
Keep an A.
We'll keep it an A. We are switching gears, crop group 8. IS 00050, control of Phytophthora blight on fruit and vegetables. And support comes from two regions, southern and western.
This should be A. This is Mohammed Babadous from Illinois. Should be A. That's so important.
Leave it for now. Leave
We can
for
keep it
now.
as an A from the western region as well.
Okay. And the person who spoke over the phone was from the southern region, correct? North Central. So we need to add an A to the North Central. So this project is upgraded by basically 3 regions. And we'll code that as an A. Did I get that right? Okay, great. Thank you. IS 00099, control of bacterial disease in fruit and vegetables. Again, 2 supporting regions, which are North Central and Southern. Oh, and this is for organic production.
Southern region's fine, dropping it to a B, but we defer to the North Central.
We can move it to a B as well.
Okay, we'll drop this one to a B. IS 00089, control of bacterial diseases in tomato. And support comes from North Central and Southern region.
This should be A.
Who spoke? I'm sorry.
This is Mohammed Babadous from Illinois. This is in Illinois. This is the most important disease of tomato.
Thank you. And you represent the North Central region, correct?
That's correct.
Mohammed, can you please tell which bacterial disease are you talking about? Is it a bacterial spot or bacterial speck? Which
Well,
one?
we do have all 3, but mostly bacterial spot, and it is really a complex. In southern Illinois, we have 1 species. We move toward northern Illinois, we have another species. Needs lots of attention.
Okay, I'm just gonna make a note that bacterial spot is the primary concern, if that is fine.
Jamin, I can say spot is the primary concern for the southern region as well.
Fantastic, thank you. So we'll make it an A and we'll keep the support from the North Central region and the Southern region. Okay, IS 00095, control of bacterial spot Xanthomonas on pepper. The request comes in support of the organic production systems, and voting regions are the North Central and the Southern region.
This should be A2. Has come. This disease has come really bad in the past, I would say, 4 years, and it's getting more serious.
Okay, thank you. So an A, I hear an A from North Central. What about the Southern region?
We're fine to defer to what North Central wants to do.
Okay, so I see an A, correct? Good. IS 00098, angular leaf spot in cucurbit vegetables. Support comes from the Southern region.
We can drop that one to a B.
Okay, we're dropping that one to a B. IS 00097, control of angular leaf spot on cucurbit vegetables in support of the organic production systems and voted by the Southern region.
B, please.
B, it is. Thank you. IS 00126, control of blight, all species as far as I can see, in cucurbit vegetables, and the request comes in for organic production systems, and support comes from, again, the Southern region.
B, please.
We'll make that a B. IS 00303, control of Phytophthora blight on cucurbit vegetables. This one comes in for organic production systems, and it looks like all three regions except for the western one are supportive.
This is mainly Phytophthora capsicum. We already had one.
Do I hear an A from the north central region then? Is that what I hear?
It should be A altogether, but we had already one with A.
I think the question is, what's the difference between this and the other Phytophthora capsicum pepper study or whatever it was? Was it pepper? Oh, vegetables.
Northeast is okay with a B.
Southern's okay with a B as well.
Use the.
I suggest putting A for further discussion.
So go with whatever priority they are suggesting because I don't see any duplication. Yeah.
Okay. So what I hear you say for IS 00302, we are going to keep an A priority with support coming from the north central region. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. IS 00521, this is the last one for crop group 9. Control of anthracnose on cucumber. And support comes from the northeast region.
We'll keep an A for now.
We'll keep an A, okay. Is there anything to add for crop group 9 and 10? Doesn't look like, so we can move on to discussing the projects for crop group 11, starting with IS 00324, control of fire blight in apple. And we got support from 3 regions out of 4.
So I'm just gonna ask this question. We have fire blight for pear and apple, and we have, I think it's one of them is what plant problems without solutions, and then organic. So I mean, I guess we can just see how it plays out, but I think that it might be wise to figure out some way to consolidate that a little bit or focus on something this year, but I'll put an A there for now as Western region.
So I hear an A from this western region.
I think that North Central is okay with moving that to a B, right, Mohammed?
Yeah, well, we are very limited in the tactics for controlling fire blight, and I'm not sure additional research will add. Since 3 regions supported, that's okay with me, but I would go with B.
Thank you for confirming. Are we keeping this an A then?
I suggest B unless strong support from other regions.
So Western region would be interested in changing 324 to B. We're more interested in the organic one.
Okay.
Southern region's fine with that.
Okay. Wow, what a change. Okay, IS 00092, control of Apple scab in Apple. And support comes from the North Central region.
We can move that to a B.
We'll move that to a B.
I agree, B would be good.
Okay, thank you for confirming. IS 00140, control of fire blight in Pear, and this request comes in for organic production systems, and support comes from the Western region.
So, from the Western region, I'd like to ask a question of, aside from the current materials that are registered for fire blight control, are there other materials that could be tested in this space? Do we happen to know?
Ask that question again.
Are there other materials? Like, are there other ideas out there? Are there other materials, options available in other parts of the world or et cetera that could be tested in this type of study?
Well, this will be conducted in 2026 and we will be communicating with registrant, and there might be some options available.
It'd be
And-
2027, but
But also, remember, this is an integrated,
I was just curious
Yeah.
if anything comes to mind, if there's really anything.
it is going to be a difficult disease, but we are keeping the hope, right? So,
Thank you.
For those online, if you hear a silence here, just so you know, there's folks that are talking over at the table, so conversations are ongoing. We do have a bunch of companies attending the food use workshop. Does anyone out there have anything in the portfolio that might become available for the control of this disease? This could be a good space to open that
And
dialogue.
it doesn't have to be organic.
We've been working with Agro, what's the company name? I've forgotten. Yeah, so let me just think for a second. Summit Agro has a biological material that we have been working with that is promising, and they say it's going to be registered as an organic material. So that could be in this project along, and we could evaluate other organic materials. So it's either the apple or the pear, it doesn't matter, or we just combine them into one. Well, I work on both, so it doesn't matter. Yeah. One, it should be just the organic, one organic fire blight, and two is between apple and pear. That's what I would say. Can you just make it for palm fruit and then the end of it? No.
Do I hear a B?
Well, you hear an A at the moment, so that's the plan.
Okay,
We're trying to figure out which A to put it on, if we want to do it on pear or apple.
let's keep it an A for now, and then we can regroup.
All right, thanks.
I also want to
was
make
that-
sure,
Larry, was
or
that
comment
Jim?
here.
If that's Jim,
Was-
because it looks like you're only on the pear one, right? Not, or the, oh, you want to go to the fire blight.
Susan, can you repeat, please? We couldn't hear very well.
No, that's okay. I was thinking if that was Jim, I was looking at the line underneath and I'm like, no, Western isn't on the pear, but that's an apple, so never mind. Disregard.
This is Mary Lee from Northeast. I just want to point out that Carrie Peter in Pennsylvania has done a lot of work on this to where she's giving her trees a break right now because nothing was effective enough. So she's got to take a break from this and found nothing that was stellar. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Apple.
I also point out that there is a similar or duplicate request here, IS 00466, probably 3 or 4 requests down. So we'll skip that one.
Yes, we are waiting for a response. Okay, are we confirming an A for the pair? Okay. All right, IS 00452, control of beetle rot in apple. The request comes in to help organic production, organic growers, and support comes from the North Central region.
We can move that to a B.
We'll move that.
No, yeah, I think we should go A, really. This is huge. I would say this is the most important apple diseases in Midwest and Northeast, and perhaps in the Southeast too. It is getting it really bad. I think we need more research on this particular disease. I certainly suggest A.
Okay, I guess we'll.
I do want to comment that we have currently a project IS 00449 on the same crop and disease.
So what you're saying, there's already ongoing work.
Yeah, there's an ongoing work under IS 00449 on apple bitter rot.
So perhaps you can reach out to the to Mohammed and
yes,
share
yes.
with him the data you have available.
Mohammed, I will share the data. We have 2 trial data, I believe, and 1 ongoing, waiting for the report. So I'll let you know when we have all 3 reports with us.
Does
Well,
it give
some-
you a good
Somebody has a
justification to
solution.
drop this down to a B, Mohammed?
Well, if everybody is suggesting B, but is going to be really a big disease, is really very severe. I just visited several apple orchard in southern Illinois and western Illinois. It is the most important disease of apple in Illinois, but I know in other states of the Midwest as well. If you want to drop B, but that's your choice, but I would say A.
Can I do one thing, Mohammed? After this nomination process today, I will share the protocol we have and the number of different products that we are evaluating, and you look at it and see what other options you have that in your mind that we wanted to test. Because definitely we don't want to test same thing again, right?
You're not testing the same thing again, but when we had a research studies in Illinois for 3 years, we came up 2 additional species. One just very new, and one had been reported from northeast of US. And we know a lot about this disease, but we do not know enough to really bring it under control.
Okay, I guess for now we can keep it an A and then regroup tomorrow for the final selections.
Okay,
Thank you, Mohammed. We appreciate the feedback.
sure.
IS 00469, control of fire blight in apple. This received a different problem code than the other one. It's supposed to be finding solutions to address pest management management of pest resistance, excuse me. And support comes from the North Central region and the Western region.
Western region could keep this as an A. And we would be willing to knock the other one down to a B. The pear organic fire blight. Yeah, you got it.
Okay, so we're dropping down IS 00140, fire blight on pear. That becomes a B. And we are maintaining an A from the Western region for IS 00469, fire blight on apple. What about North Central?
We can move our nomination to a B.
We'll drop that down to a B for North Central. So that means that right now we have only one supporting region for the fire blight apple project. IS 00466, fire blight on pear.
I'm gonna be a B.
And that's a duplicate, so. Okay, Western drops it to a B. So automatically the request is updated to a B also. Okay. I'm not sure, Mika. Okay, let us check for a second. Can you give us the IS number and the details of the pest and commodity? You got that, Jamin, right? Okay.
Well, it was another fire blight, like pear organic, something like that. Apple. But it's similar to all the other ones.
Yeah.
So it would have been a B anyways. Yeah. Yeah.
And I assume that will be a B because we have already the other one that is being nominated. Okay.
And B from North Central as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, IS 00487, control offsite Tospora on peach. The request comes in to help organic specialty crop growers, and support comes from the southern and western region.
Western region would be okay with downgrading this to a B.
That's okay for Southern region as well.
Sounds good. We're going to downgrade this to a B. We are starting up with crop group 13 now. IS 00484, control of anthracnose on high bush blueberry, and support comes from the Northeast region.
I do want to point out here that we have IS 00483 project under entomology, where we are considering those products, recommended 3 products in that particular IS project at this point. And this particular disease is also covered in that IS project.
Thanks, Jamin. We'd like a B.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right, IS 00522, control of Phomopsis twig blight in high bush blueberry. Support comes from the North Central region.
We'd like to keep that in A.
We'll keep that an A. IS 00012, control of black rot in grape. The request come in for support of the organic production systems, and we got three votes in favor from all the regions except the Western region.
I think this was an old request, the organic one, but the one we really want is 526, but I know a lot of people offered support for it, but yeah. So maybe for that region, we could give, if the other regions agree, we could give a B for this, but then give A to the one below.
We agree with a B for this one. Northeast does.
What about the Southern region?
Southern agrees as well.
Okay. So we'll make this one a B, and we'll make the IS 00526 an A. I have a question for the Western region. Do you guys want to upgrade that too, or you're good with?
Sorry, we're on Black Rot?
Yeah, we're looking at 526, just making sure that the Western region is not interested in supporting.
But did we pass kiwi fruit?
Yes, we did. I mean, we didn't cover that yet.
Okay. Okay.
We just skipped.
I mean, Black Rot? No.
No.
Western region doesn't need 526.
Okay, thank you for confirming. Going back to kiwi fruit, IS 00512, control of canker, and the support comes from the Western region in this case.
We'd like to keep that an A for now.
Let's keep that an A. And then let's talk about the one below, IS 0051. What?
Just a minute. Carrie, one question. So right now, the code we have is organic or pest problem without solution. Can you pick one? Because it will depend what kind of solutions we will include.
Pest without solutions.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Good call. Okay, IS 00516, control of downy mildew in grape, and support comes from the Northeast and the Southern region.
I don't know why North Central is not there. It is a very important disease.
Okay.
If there is no objection, I would say adding North Central for downy mildew of grape too.
Okay, we'll make it an A from the North Central. Thank you, Mohammed.
You're welcome.
And we'll mark the priority as an A also.
Yeah.
For this one, the Northeast can take a B. And I have a question that may take us backwards. Did we cover IS 00414? For some reason, I'm a little out of order from what's on the screen.
We didn't, Megan. I think that's the one you and I talked about that was missing. I was gonna bring it up after the downy mildew.
Okay, never mind.
You didn't miss it because it's not there. That too.
Okay, so do we want to bring that up now, Kristen?
Yes, please. It is a great project. It is IS 00414. And it was for, 1307F. It's for bitter rot in grape and was nominated by the Northeast and Southern regions.
Okay, those are two different diseases, right? Okay, yep. I hear it, there are two different diseases. Okay, so that means we need to go for two different studies. Okay, so IS 00414 gets an A priority. Is that what I'm hearing? And it continues to be supported by Northeast and Southern, correct?
It sounds like both regions are okay with a B.
Okay. So we'll make it a B.
So this is just a random comment. It might be a thing that goes in the air, but it's not bitter rot of grape. It's ripe rot of grape. I don't know that it matters. It's still a Calytotricum, but it's just, maybe it just vexes me. I don't know. Sorry. I'll be quiet.
Yeah, could you repeat that? You were kind of trailing off there.
414 is listed as bitter rot.
It's bitter rot of apple. It's ripe rot of grape.
Okay, we'll update that thing. Well,
I'll make a change in our database.
okay, thank you all. I guess we can move on with IS 00115. Control of Rhizoctonia diseases in strawberry.
Alicia, as we move into strawberry, would you like one more that's missing now, or would you like me to wait?
Let's do it now.
Okay. It is 00515. That was anthracnose on strawberry. Supported by the Northeast and the Southern region.
Thank you. What's the problem code?
PPWS.
PPWS, okay.
So all of these were on the spreadsheet that we downloaded from the website. For some reason, they didn't end up on the one here. Where?
We checked those spreadsheets over and over and over.
And they do show up on the PDFs, so.
That's fine.
Blame on technology.
Okay. Going back to AS 000115. What do we want to do with this one?
Southern region's fine with a B, but we'll defer to the other regions.
Western region's fine with B.
What about North Central?
We are also okay with a B.
Okay, so the project is downgraded to a B. All right, IS 00471, control of fruit rot in strawberry. And support comes from 3 regions out of 4.
The Northeast is okay with a B for this year.
Southern would like to keep it an A for now.
How do you feel about this one?
Western regional, take a B.
We'll take a B.
So for southern region, do you wanna keep it for organic or PPWS?
Let me get back to you. Hold,
Okay.
please.
IS 00474, control of nematodes in strawberry. We have only the southern region in support of this particular request.
Sorry, figuring out other strawberries. This one can be a B.
We'll make this one a B. Thank you. IS 00502. Why don't you call that disease out?
Neopistalocypsis.
Good job on strawberry. Support comes from the three regions out of 4.
And with
It
the
is
greenhouses, it's a
important, but
major
to my
problem.
knowledge, it is coming on the transplant. For example, in Illinois, it is not a local disease. What I know, it came in the transplant from another state. But it's important.
Okay, so I hear an A from North Central.
I think I
Southern's
would
fine.
suggest A for time being.
Southern's fine with an A for now as well.
Okay, we'll make it an A. Northeast,
We're okay with the A for now.
sounds
'cause
good.
We would like to see where the discussion goes on that.
Then we have,
Before you go, so it seems like this is more of a greenhouse issue because I mean, we talked a lot about this at our professional society meeting. And mostly as long as you start with clean plants, you get through the season. So it seems like a good integrated solution for Neopestalotiopsis would be focused on the nursery. And that's not what this project necessarily is. I mean, Phil Brennan's done a lot of work in Georgia on this, and I don't know. I'm just a little bit, I'm not sure what we'd be testing because we do know fungicides that work, but it's more of a greenhouse problem of Eastern propagators. And yeah, so
and we'd like to narrow that down to either greenhouse or field. So if you all agree that we should focus on greenhouse, that's where we're gonna run the trial, ideally.
And I believe this is an integrated project, so I think requester also wanted to see screening of some of the varieties as well.
Okay, so we'll add a note to focus on greenhouse production. Would you agree then? Good job. Okay, yeah.
So considering what he just mentioned and then just where this might be headed, I think Northeast is okay with a B and we'd like to get more thought put into it for next year, maybe. Northeast is okay with a B is what I'm saying.
Okay. Okay, IS 00515, control of anthracnose in strawberry. And we have support from Northeast and Southern region. And that's the one we just added, correct? And I assume we want to keep it an A. A or B?
I might have missed something, but my understanding was that Northeast, North Central, and Southern region gave it a B, but might have captured that wrong. So correct me.
Which one?
IS.
This is the one I added in at the start of the strawberry session. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Northeast nominated 515 that we're looking at right now. We nominated it as an A.
Yeah, Northeast and Southern both nominated this as an A. I'm fine to drop this to a B and defer to Northeast.
We agree. We're okay with a B.
Okay. So downgrade it to a B. Moving on to crop group 14, we'll start with pecan with the control of pecan downy spot. This is a brand new request. And support comes from the Southern region.
We'll keep that an A for now.
Let's keep that an A. Now we're switching to crop group 15. IS 00523, control of Fusarium root rot in sweet corn. Support from the North Central and Southern region.
Southern region's okay with a B, but we'll defer to the North Central, East, somewhere.
We can also take a B.
Sweet. So we'll make this a B. Oh, makes sense. Sweet corn. Yeah. Crop group 24. Now there's a big gap between crop group 15 and crop group 24. Do we need to add anything in here? Doesn't look like. So moving on, IS 00505. This also is a new PCR. Control of avocado branch canker in avocado. And we have support from the Western region.
That can be downgraded to a B.
Okay, we'll downgrade that to a B. Thank you. Now onto the spices and my herbs. IS 00057. Control of downy mildew in basil. And this one is an older request, but it looks like there's revamped interest into this one from 3 out of the 4 regions.
I suggest A for this one.
So I hear an A from the North Central region. What about the others?
So it's definitely a problem for our growers, and there's been a lot of work done on it from what I'm understanding, but I don't know that we have any good ideas to bring to the table. So in our regional discussion, we were okay with a B.
Southern region supports a B as well.
Okay, so we'll keep it an A for now. It's tied to the North Central region, so we'll have more discussions later. Okay, IS 00124, control of downy mildew in basil. And the request comes in to support organic productions. And we have the Northeast and North Central regions voting in favor of this request.
For the Northeast, it's the same situation. It's definitely a need, but it might not be something we want to pursue this year.
And North Central can also take a B.
All right, we'll downgrade that to a B. And now we have the very last one here. It's IS 00457. I believe this one is relatively new-ish. Control of white mold in field pennycress. And we receive support from the North Central region.
We can move it to a B.
We'll move that to a B. Okay, well, thank you. Anything missing, anything else to cover before we look at the numbers? Okay, well, congratulations. We made quite a bit of progress. We went from 43 down to 19. If you look at the blue cells, now across the 3 disciplines, we are at 43. And as a friendly reminder, we need to shortlist but down to 11. Again, a little bit challenging, but we can do this. We are running ahead of time, which is a good thing. I know that we have a break scheduled for 3 o'clock, and I was informed that refreshments are already out there waiting for us. One thing we would like to propose following the break is to go over the resident product performance projects. And if you have anything already that you know for a fact that will be downgraded, perhaps it's a good time to do so that tomorrow we don't have a very large list to start with, because tomorrow it's imperative to be done by noon. With this being said, I have another friendly reminder. If you're first time attendee, if you have a light blue tag, we would like to take a picture of you. And that beautiful lady over there, Hannah, will be our professional photographer. So please make sure to gather up nearby Hannah so that she can take a nice picture of you. Are you guys ready to go out for a break, 30-minute break, and come back at 3:30? Yeah? Give me some thumbs up. Okay, thank you.
Ay, 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 ay.
Folks, welcome, welcome, welcome. We have prepared a new spreadsheet. This spreadsheet we will use now includes all the 3 disciplines and all the projects that have been prioritized for resident product performance are listed here, and they're sorted by crop group. We also divided the A's from the ages. We'll cover the A's first and then the ages. And the goal is to just ask you go crop by crop and crop group by crop group, and simply ask you what priorities you know already that will be downgraded. And then again, the official shortlisting will happen tomorrow, but at least it's a way for us to start narrowing down based on what we already know will be downgraded.
Is this list posted on the website?
This list is not yet posted on the website, but it will be by the end of by the end of tonight, basically. Oh. Use the microphone, Nicole. So the page numbers are accurate. I suggest using the PDF that incorporates all the disciplines. So you can see the page number there in column K. If you're following the individual PDFs for the individual disciplines, then look at the page number in column J. Hopefully that helps. And another thing to keep in mind, we are starting with 59 A priorities. We need to drop down to 35 by tomorrow at noon. And looking at H pluses, we are at 62 and we need to drop down to 6.
Yeah,
That's what I thought. Folks, any questions or comments before we start? All right, I'll turn it over to Thomas.
Yes, sir. Yes. Look, seems as good as it's going to be, I think, 'cause there's a lot of stuff to show in this one. So, all right. Yeah, just going to go crop group by crop group. Any easy ones are getting cut now. Just give us the heads up. So crop group 1, root and tubers. Anything getting downgraded to a B or an M? Just tell us the PR crop. We can find it. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's just A's right now. My bad. Anything for crop group 1? We can jump to 3, bulb vegetables. Yeah. Anything in crop group 3 getting dropped? A to a B. Oh, good man.
Western region can drop 13938 to a B.
13938 down to a B. Anything else in crop group 3?
Can we go really slow? Because these materials do not match up what we were just working with, so we need a minute.
I understand, yeah.
This is really hard, so just go slow.
Or can we just start, can we steadily look through the A's and just call out numbers and say, hey, can we downgrade this?
Yeah, if you've got,
I'm not saying it's not a problem.
Yeah.
This is both all 3 disciplines and just the A's. like Megan said, doesn't
Yeah,
match anything we
No,
have.
no, you're right. Better approach. If you know things that are gonna drop, just shout them out and we'll find them on
Thank
here.
you. I appreciate that.
Let's do it like that.
Perfect.
All right. In that case, I just open the floor to anyone to call out ones, raise your hand, but open anybody. Yep.
13846.
And give us the crop as well.
Yeah. Yep. This Turbisville strawberry, Northeast. Are you okay dropping that to a B? That's the one we were unsure about. Okay.
Yes, we are.
Thank you.
Down to a B. Thank you.
Can we look at 14036? Yes.
Here, 14036, the icafolin methyl on safflower.
Yes. We can move that to an M.
Down to an M for safflower.
Go for it, Kristen.
13036, atoxazole on hemp. Southern region is fine moving that to a B. I don't know if there was anybody else that supported it. I have the hemp group support on that one.
Thank you.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure. Go ahead.
Could we just have time as regions to talk about what our top priorities are as a group from a regional perspective? Instead of just sitting here looking at each other funny because we don't even know what this list looks like yet.
No, we expected that a lot of it would be discussions between you guys to work it out after the fact. This was just because we had extra time. We just hit some easy ones that we already know that are dropping off.
Does anyone have an easy one out there?
Well, I've got one that.
Okay, I saw the head nod, so I'll let it, go ahead.
Just now we can update this. The 13943, the Mandy Propamid on strawberry, based on your conversations with.
Yeah,
Lisa-
that's,
with-
yeah, so that,
Yeah.
that one can,
Yeah.
according to Syngenta, that's
Yeah,
manufacturer will not.
Yeah, Luis, we can change 13943 to manufacturer will not support. Is that correct? Where's Luis? Oh, there you are, Luis. This was the strawberry you were just talking about with the Western region, the daughter plants thing. That one is changing to manufacturer will not support. Do we understand that correctly?
Oh, is it good news? Use on the production field.
Well, here's some good news. You don't appear to have a tolerance for manipropamid, so there is no field use right now, unless I'm missing something. So there couldn't be a field use. Okay, that seems to be the case since there Yeah, and because there is no field use, I'm pretty sure we can legally guarantee that.
Can you summarize? Because we couldn't hear the discussion in the room without the mic, please.
Sorry, what Luis had said was that they would support the 13943 mandipropamid on Strawberry, provided there were guarantees that there would be no mandipropamid application outside of like the nursery production. And I noted that because there is not currently a tolerance for mandipropamid on Strawberry, there is no existing field use, so there wouldn't be applications outside of this. And so Syngenta continues to support based on that fact.
And it's still residue and ECS?
That's what I want.
Was that Susan online? Sorry, you're really quiet.
Yes, sorry. And that's still then researchable, then residue and ECS?
Yeah, there's no change to the status for 13943. Everything is as it is right now. Yeah, Kristen, the potassium phosphate peanut. Is that one? Yeah.
Already changed that. It's out of my head.
Well, you're just saying
Yes,
on the
yeah.
floor here. Yeah.
Let me find the PR number real quick. That is 14026.
Right. 14026 potassium phosphate on peanut can be downgraded to a B.
Yes, thank you.
Should be way at the bottom of the.
It is being covered, so nobody
Yep.
come for me.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it's because it's being sponsored.
Yeah.
Right, yes, okay.
Anything else that anyone wants to drop off now?
We have one
Okay.
that we like to talk about. 13937 Tolfin Pyrad Greenhouse Strawberry. The Northeast is okay with a B on this, but we do defer to the Southern region.
Southern region is also okay with a B.
Dropping to a B. Thank you. Any other low-hanging fruit that can cut now?
Nice.
Yeah, or nuts, or equal opportunity here.
So I can't remember which number it was, but pyroxasulfone on pear.
Pyroxasulfone on pear. That one is 12722.
I don't remember what the status of that one was. We can drop that to a B.
Pyroxasulfone pear down to a B. Thank you.
If you don't have any other easy downgrades, would you want to do the same exercise for integrated solutions?
Are we gonna look at performance? Are we gonna look at the H's today, or is that gonna wait until tomorrow?
We're gonna look at the ages. We are doing it now. We're just waiting to hear from you.
I thought we were only talking A's.
No, that's okay.
That's our fault for not being clear. Yeah, H's as well to get downgraded. Go ahead, Kristen. Good.
If we're working on H's 14043, Flumioxazin and peroxysulfone on watermelon. That one can be an M.
Thank you. Any other easy H's?
Sure. Who already retired?
Can't kick him out. I don't know if the decisions been made yet on those. The thiopyrrochlores, there was discussion about those being covered in an IS project.
Mike. Bledsoe,
Yes,
how do you feel about downgrading the thiopyrrochlor and go for the integrated solutions fruit vegetable request? Do you feel comfortable downgrading this now?
which one are we looking at?
I'm looking at the thiopyrrochlor. Hey, David, can you highlight those, please?
Right.
We can hear you.
Apologize. This thing has a mind of its own and it's a lot smarter than I am. I have no problem with those, especially if we can do something with the integrated solutions. We have an integrated solution that could solve almost all these pyrochlor. Does that make sense or?
Yeah, we have the IS presently for that option, number 45.
I mean, it's, yeah, to me, it's a great solution because it's going to picking up all these, the ones who are H's plus from this particular product. And, with one integrated solution. I know you can't trade one off for the other, but that's what I would be hoping for out of it. But yes, you're looking to take them all and take them down?
And this is the same pest, right, Philip?
Yeah, it's all whitefly.
All white flies.
Oh, the agaves. We can, the agaves, the 3 insecticides, sorry.
So going back to the thiacloropyr, whatever it's called. What I hear you say, Mike, then, and I open the discussion to the floor too. We're going to downgrade the fruit and vegetables here and maintain the A for the integrated solutions request.
Yeah, that's fine with me. I think that's the smartest thing this whole group could do.
Okay. Kristen, you got that covered?
As far as, I support that as long as we are in agreement that we'll keep that integrated solutions project to national A, which I think is in line with what all of us are wanting to do. Is that correct? Anybody else want to speak up to that?
I guess I would like to wait for Mary
Yeah.
before we downgrade.
Okay. I'm fine with that too.
Okay, so we'll keep it an H for now and we'll rediscuss later.
Jump back to those agaves.
I have a quick question. Just going back to the concept of putting all them into one IS study. Can you clarify, is that doing different crops in one study?
They're all belonging to the same crop group, it's the same pest. So it's an exception that we can do. We can include multiple commodities. Again, they belong to the same crop group. It's the same use pattern, a drench, and it's the same pest. So it makes sense to us to just screen all those commodities within the same IS project.
Okay, so
And
if
then-
it's the same pest and same crop group, it's okay.
Correct. Yeah, in this case, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
The agaves.
Make them M's.
All the agaves are going to M?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, and the commas?
Yes,
The commas, you can knock those down?
the camas.
Camas requests?
Yep. All right. Any camas that we've got can go down to M's or B's.
Yep,
It's just the one. Okay.
I think it's just one.
Any more H's to knock down? Kristen, go ahead.
I have a question to the Western region on 13641, ISM 555 on Banana. Are you interested in knocking that one down from an H to an M?
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks.
Isocycloserum banana down to an M.
Unless Syngenta wants to make it researchable.
And yeah, right. Be happy about that, but we understand. The beans, the dried beans. We can move those to M. Hopefully we get that through as an IS study.
Okay. Thank you.
Hmm? No, just those dried beans, just the bean dried shell.
Cool.
I can't speak to the peas.
Just dry shelled. Sorry, there's a lot of beans here.
Just dried shell.
Just dried
You got
shell.
you got it. It's
Sorry.
Can I just ask our stakeholders, I know we have some online in the Northeast that were supporting these too. Do they agree with that? Can you, Lynn or Terry, are you guys okay with that? We're gonna try to get
We
these
are okay with
covered.
that, I think.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
We are okay. I do want to just clarification on the IS. Because the last IS that we had talked about was a single active ingredient against a single pest in multiple crops within a same crop group. Would multiple herbicides against the same pest, if there were multiple crops in that crop group, does that still count? So for instance, if you have these multiple herbicides and you're going after the same weed, but you looked at like say Phaseolus, Avigna, and Apizum, does that still count as a single IS? They're all in the same crop group and the same pest.
So you're saying same pest, multiple crops and multiple herbicides, correct?
In the same crop group.
In the same crop group.
Yeah,
That
all the crops are in the same crop group.
That to me sounds like an eligible IS project. Would you agree, Roger?
I do, and it's gonna get huge though. You might as well get your master's student on it.
I'm just asking the question about the logistics, if it counts, that's all. So I agree with this. I just wanted to be sure about it.
Are we still talking about the dried shell beans? At
Yes.
least so Lynn, where that request came from was, it's dried shelled beans that are interested in finding herbicides that they could utilize. Admittedly, I'd have to look deeper into the use patterns for each of these, but they need herbicide or weed management options. And so I think we're open to suggestions, at least from that perspective.
So
Okay.
Carrie, do you mean that it could be an integrated solution for all the beans?
I think as long as we went after the crop group in some way to fit the initial need, that should suffice.
Okay.
Help
All
me
right,
remind myself, how many regions are supporting the beans IS request right now?
I think there are two. I think it's north.
So-
and west.
Two are, but my dried shell beans would be different from California's dried shell beans. I'm just throwing that out there.
Okay, thank you. How many regions are supporting the fruit and vegetable IS requests? No, I'm talking about the fruit and vegetables whitefly request?
To North Central Southern.
We have 2 and 2, okay. Keep in mind, a national priority will receive more money than a regional priorities. Now, with the bean request, it sounds like we have multiple active ingredients. And it sounds like that for the fruiting vegetables, we have only 1 active ingredient right now that we are interested in screening. So
There'll be 2 this.
is it fair? Go ahead.
Sorry, 2 active ingredients, spiroxamet is also of interest, but isn't one of the food use priorities like this Kenreza is.
So what you're saying, there would be more than 1 active that could possibly
Yes, right, yeah, only one that
explored
came up for food use requests.
in the fruit and vegetable
But yeah,
white
there
flyer
are
request.
yeah, we have the new product spiroxamet that's coming through. May or not be a manufacturer objective for wave 2. We'd have to ask Bayer, but anyways, that's also a whitefly greenhouse green veg product.
Okay. Thank you. That's good to know.
Got a thought-provoking question here. So over the last year, you especially been working a lot to reboot the IS system and make it something a little bit different than just screening, you know, innovation, finding something new. Maybe that needs to be questioned in this group is, do they want these resources to be put into really just cleaning up a bunch of H pluses, or do they want it to be what it's supposed to be, which is the innovation and finding solutions, being able to look at different ways to solve a problem, just not getting a whole bunch of products against one weed in one cropping system. So I see what people are doing. It's a good idea. It's an efficient use of money, but it's not really what the integrated solutions was rebooted for. So I just question the group on that one.
So I'd like to just make a comment is that a year or 2 ago, there was a discussion about, we had discussed bringing more technology into this, and that the role of the IR4 project was to facilitate the registration of new herbicides. So we kind of had that other flip side of the discussion that maybe some of it was thinking too far away from bringing new products online.
I think there's got to be a question of the balance of that one, because I mean, yesterday the Make American Healthy Again report was issued, and some of the innovative stuff that you're working on, Terry's working on, other weed science researchers are working on, smart sprayers and technologies to reduce residues and to have better efficacy was highlighted in this report and was highlighted as a pathway to solve some of the problems of residues and solve some of the problems of resistance. So, I mean, again, it's supposed to be innovation, not necessarily same old as a convenience.
Jerry, can I make a comment on that? Because yes, Lynn and I, we had an integrated solution and we are looking at a smart sprayer. And it was accepted as integrated solution, but we're working on 2 different crops that were not belonging to the same cropping system. I worked on blueberry, Lynn worked on grape. From what I hear today, we cannot do that because you want, for integrated solution, to work with crops that are belonging to the same groups. So in the past, we didn't do that. And now, I mean, we have to work with crops that are belonging to the same group. So I'm a little bit confused with that.
To Jerry's point, I can't speak for the herbicides, but at least for the insecticides, those are novel MOAs that I think getting new uses for those growers is a high priority for IR4.
Yeah, wheat science is a little bit different animal here because most of the IS requests we get for wheat science, now not with PGRs, but with wheat science directly, are they're not looking for alternating things with bio this and bio that. They're just looking for a product. So it's screening. Wheat science turns out to be screening under IS. Because even if you talk about new technologies, you're limited on the number of researchers that you can contact with that because they may not have these technologies. They might not have been purchased yet. And if you were to contact people about these new technologies, you can imagine what the cost of these trials are going to be if they have to go out and invest in this technology just for this screening work. So it's wheat science is a different animal here that I'm not sure fits under the reboot as easily as pathology and entomology does. But if you want us to do it, I can try to find researchers who've spent gobs of money on a smart sprayer or a laser weeder and see if we can get those people to do these works. But that's not what the request came in for. The requests come in for products.
So I absolutely agree. Clearly, I've done the smart sprayer work. But Roger has an excellent point, is that we do need to be looking at new application technologies. But right now, the application technologies aren't in our price range for testing. I had a discussion today, and they asked me if I had $200,000 to buy an Echo Robotics. So I'm faced with a little problem being able to do those studies that were brought up by an outside group.
And to Roger's point, I mean, you cannot apply the same recipe if you want to wheat science and in pathology and entomology. We don't have any kind of organic solution for controlling weeds that will be controlling weeds selectively. No, we don't have that. I mean, we still need herbicide for that.
I know we've been talking about the H's and all that and the integrated solutions. I'd like to leave the thiopyrachlor for tomatoes on there until the integrated solutions gets picked up, if you would. I'm willing to drop all the others, but that one I'd like to keep on. It goes if the integrated survives, but okay.
Yeah, dude, I think it's just the thiopyrachlor greenhouse tomato. Is that correct, Mike? That the one there?
Yes, sir, that's it. And like I said, I don't even want to hang on to it if the IS survives, but I don't know that it will. We really do need that.
Did Nicole want to wait for Mary though on that for feedback?
Oh yeah, that was why they were staying H's right now. Yeah.
I have one.
Yes. Go ahead.
We may have to check with the West because I think they supported it as well, but 13711. Pyrazofluid on hemp. Southern region's fine with an M, but I believe Western also supported it, so we'll wait for them.
Yeah, give them a sec. We're good. All right. An M on pyrazofluid hemp. Thank you. Any other H's? We're gonna make a last stop in IS. All right, kick it over to IS real quick.
Can we make it a little bigger, David, please? Same story here. We have listed all the nominated projects without distinction of discipline, and they are sorted by crop group. Do you have an easy cut that you want to bring to our attention?
Alice. Alice. I will have a couple of cuts, but do we want to discuss sponsored projects now, or do you still want to do that tomorrow?
Do we want to say
Sponsored projects, do you want to do that now or tomorrow?
now? It's fine.
Okay. All right, so that's 00489. The stevia.
Okay, so that will become a sponsor. The stevia project, okay. And it looks like there's another one up there, which is IS 00473, agave, and that one is sponsored also. Now, we have space for only 2 sponsored projects. Is anybody planning to contribute to any of the other project? And if so, we need to have that discussion. Okay, it looks like we are in good shape for the sponsors project. Go for it, Kristen.
00141. Coordinator Worm on Sweet Corn. We are, Southern Region's okay to downgrade that one, but we'll ask the Western Region as well.
I don't see the Western region in
Most already
there.
downgraded it in the first round.
Yep,
Okay.
so that
There you
turned
go.
us off directly. Thank you. Yes, Kristen.
All right, it's somebody else's.
We have a longer. Just don't know what the other.
00499. The beetle blueberry, the secondary blue, not secondary, but of the 2 we've had, the beetle blueberry project can go to a B.
How does the Northeast region feel about that one? That is not a,
I'm sorry, we were talking about something else. Can you recap?
yeah, the IS 00499 Langhorn beetle on blueberry. Now that one, the pest is localized in North Carolina. It's not really common in your area. Yeah. So the question is, do you agree with downgrading it?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you. So we're downgrading IS 00499 to a B.
Okay, I have one.
Oh, definitely.
IS 00521, anthracnose cucumber. I believe that would be regional, just us. That's a B for us.
Fantastic, thank you. Would you like to take the remaining time to brainstorm and engage in discussions at your own table and strategize so that we can prepare for tomorrow?
I do think that's a good option, but there is one I'd like to bring up to discuss. I don't know that we're ready to downgrade, but maybe we can have some conversation.
Go for it.
Okay, IS 00321, Plum Curculio on Apple. How's the North Central region feeling about that?
Yeah, so we are willing to downgrade that.
Okay, we're under the impression that there might be some materials in the pipeline elsewhere, so we're okay with a B for now. And if we feel differently next year, we'll let you know.
Fantastic. Thank you. That was easy. Are we good to break?
Did we make a decision on the beans? Is it gonna be IS and then all the other the other plant, the other side, all good to get dropped?
Why don't we take some time and regroup on that? Any questions? This silence is killing me. Any questions or comments?
Well, if we're not, then we need to remove those M's right there because we haven't made that decision yet, right?
So the original request was based on looking for materials that could be effective as herbicides in bean dried shell. That was the original request from the requester. And that is also open to technology. It's not restricted to conventional chemistries. But the intention is to determine some opportunities for management of weeds in dried shell beans.
Well, if we're still in the gray area of that, then I'd call them B there beside all those dry beans needs to go blank again until we do decide we focus on one or more of these or the IS bean project, right?
What, I'm confused about what the question is.
Okay, right there, 14050 through 14049, those right there, we moved to M because we were going to go with the IS. And then we decided maybe not the IS because of, so it's still in the gray zone. So why don't we take those M's away for right now until we do make that decision? Am I missing something?
I mean, I agree with you, Roger.
Yeah,
I was shamed yesterday for having those in the first place, and now I downgrade them to an M, and I'm just worried I'm gonna get shamed again for bringing them back up to an H, even though I strategized to my best abilities to be able to turn this into something that everyone could appreciate. But you know, I'm open to either. But again, the original intention of the integrated solutions selection request was to look for methodologies to help dried bean folks, and the request came from California. So it would be awesome to see that go through as a national priority from an IS perspective, or at least from a Western perspective, as an IS project. And I don't know what else to say.
And don't forget, we will have working groups. We will form those next year. We'll bring key subject matter experts that will bring new ideas. So now we don't know where the protocol is gonna end up being. So I feel that we should give it a shot for the Integrated Solutions Project. And we won't be able to nominate all of these as ages anyway. We don't have the funds. So I feel it might be a wise move for the time being to prioritize the Integrated Solutions Bean project. We also heard the stakeholders loud and clear. Unless there's any objection from the crowd, I guess that's the direction to take.
So is dried beans still an integrated solutions request? All right, great.
in my opinion, it is eligible. We're looking at multiple solutions. And again, the protocol is not yet finalized. We're going to meet up with a subject matter expert. We'll look into additional technologies, possible rotations, tank mixes, you name it, unique devices that can be used to apply those products. So we'll keep an open mind and try to achieve the innovative direction we want to take with that program. Right now, we have what we have. And again, we don't have the resources to cover all those H classes for beans.
I have a clarification. So that IS 00520 that we were just talking about, is that N for national? Because there's support from 2 regions. Should
That's
that-
correct.
Okay, so N for national. And so North Central also supports that.
Okay, let's add an 8 there.
Would folks like some time to talk with each other?
Okay. Well, I guess we can wrap up today's session. We invite you to stick around and continue these discussions because again, as a friendly reminder, tomorrow by noon, we need to have our final selections. We know it's challenging, but that's a reason why you are here. We believe in you, you bring a lot of expertise, and that's the place to have those discussions. So again, thank you for taking the time for being here and enjoy your evening, and we'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock sharp. Thank you, everyone.
That's great. Thank you.
One more thing. What is it, David? Just one more thing, guys.
Hey, just one more thing. All of these M's are going to be changed to H's before this gets sent out because we're determining H pluses here. So that's the difference. But just wanted to let everyone know.
So I think it's important to talk about the integrated